The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans off all week. Kate Constable back with me again tonight. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Kate, we've got two teams officially fully reporting for training camp tomorrow. The race to week one in the NFL is almost officially on. We've had a couple teams where the rookies have reported, but tomorrow, the Arizona Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers will be fully entrenched in training camp. And look, I know, Kate, the Arizona Cardinals, they're going to be one of the worst teams in football. We're not expecting much from them, right? New head coach in Mike LaFleur. Jonathan Gannon is gone. He's now the defensive coordinator elsewhere. And Mike LaFleur gets his first crack of being a head coach. They have Jeremiah Love. They've got Trey McBride. They've got Marvin Harrison. They've got some exciting players. They don't have a defense, and we also don't know what the hell is going on at quarterback. What should the Arizona Cardinals do at quarterback? 310-840-3910. Because the biggest story right now about the Arizona Cardinals, Kate, sadly, is that Jacoby Brissett might hold in or hold out of training camp to get a new contract. Yes, Jacoby Brissett. And Kate, I just want to say, I feel like he's kind of entitled to a contract extension. I'm not saying Jacoby Brissett should be getting paid $40 million a year, $30 million a year, but come on, the guy is 33 years old. He's going into the final year of a 2-year deal that he signed before the 2025 season. He's making less than $5 million this year. He threw for in 12 starts when he took over for Kyler Murray, who was terrible and then hurt. He threw for nearly 3,400 yards and 23 touchdowns in 12 starts. Now, the Cardinals were absolutely putrid. They went 1-11 during those 12 games. Their defense gave up an average of 33 points per game. They scored just under 20 points per game. So do the Cardinals give Jacoby Brissett the raise that he thinks he deserves? And the Cardinals team, according to Ian Rappaport, were like, yeah, we agree he deserves a raise as well. Well, agree on a number here because we're starting training camp tomorrow, and the Cardinals quarterback room is a little sad as it is with Jacoby Brissett and then Gardner Minshew and the newly drafted Carson Beck, and now Jacoby Brissett might not even be there for a team that's going to struggle to win maybe 6 games this year. This is not the way you want to start things off in the desert here, Kate. What should the Cardinals do?
Yeah, I think you have to find a way to make it work with Jacoby Brissett because you don't have too many other options. And Pat, you rattled off a ton of names for the Cardinals that are exciting players to watch. Marvin Harrison Jr., Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, like they have some decent options, some decent weapons on that offense, but none of that really matters if you don't have someone throwing them the football or you don't have, someone all that talented throwing them the football. And you can argue, okay, Jacoby Brissett, like we all, I think, could agree he's not one of the top quarterbacks in the league, right? But I think he's better than Gardner Minshew. He's better than a rookie starting in Carson Beck. So I think you have to figure out a way to come to an agreement with Jacoby Brissett. And a lot of it is just the guaranteed money and those dollars that he is held up on or he's arguing over. He just wants more guaranteed money. He's not necessarily looking for a massive contract extension. And so I think the Cardinals need to figure out a way to work with him and figure out a number in which Brissett is okay with, because you're right. I mean, he did throw for some really good numbers last year. At times they didn't result in wins at all. But I mean, to be making less than $5 million a year to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, I think he needs a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I agree. And here's the thing, right? Like, let's ask the obvious question. Let's ask the sad but obvious question here. I mean, don't the Cardinals want the number one pick next year? You would think they would want the number one pick, right? I mean, even if Jacoby Brissett plays as good as he did last year, what did it get him? It got him one win. In the 12 starts he played, it got them one win, despite him playing okay, admirably, decent, a good, again, enough to be a starting quarterback for a couple of teams in the NFL. If not, we know he's always been a good backup. So do the Cardinals want to tack on? You would think it's going to be another 2 years, right? I can't imagine. Maybe they would tack on an extra year. But I mean, again, like what is it going to cost? Why can't they come to a number on Jacoby Brissett? Is it $15 million? Is it $20 million that the Cardinals think that maybe next year anyway they're going to end up just cutting him or releasing him? So it's just about giving him that guaranteed money that then is going to be locked into your cap or that you're going to have to eat next year. But at the cost of what? Winning 3 games? 4 games? I mean, is there a scenario, honestly, Kate, where the Cardinals would probably rather have Gardner Minshew playing a couple of games before turning it over to Carson Beck and just seeing how bad they can be, just bottoming out? I know we think, and I know that for the most part, NFL players and NFL teams do not tank. You can't ask a bunch of grown-ass men to play a violent sport and play it to lose, especially when their livelihood is on the line. Guys are playing for contracts every single year. That doesn't mean that front offices aren't going to tank. And so I think whatever happens with this Jacoby Brissett contract situation, it's probably going to tell us a lot about how the Cardinals think they're going to perform this year. Let me remind you, let us remind you, they're in the same division as the reigning Super Bowl champion Seahawks, the Rams, which have built an army of a squad, and the 49ers. It's going to take a miracle for them to not finish last place in the division. The playoffs would maybe be one of the biggest upsets and surprises we've seen the last couple of years in sports. So whether they go all out and try to win or not, it doesn't feel like it's going to result in many wins. But here is the wild card, Kate. It's Carson Beck. You know, you did spend and I know that a mid to late round draft pick isn't all, it isn't all that, but they did spend draft capital taking Carson Beck in the draft this year, in the 3rd round, nonetheless, the first pick of the 3rd round. So it's, are you halfway committing to Carson Beck? Do you want to see him start 8 games this year? And if he's not that good and you've got a top 3 pick, you're going to take another quarterback next year? They have to not only kind of manage this season, but they also have to kind of manage what they're going to do next season. And so I think whatever ends up happening with Jacoby Brissett, I think it's just setting the stage to find out how early Carson Beck is going to get in there and play, because you have to see him play at least half the season before determining whether or not you're going to take another quarterback, right? That's what this really is about at the end of the road here. When the Cardinals scrape and scratch and sludge their way through 18 weeks, and they've got one of the worst records in football, the real big question is, who are they drafting number 1, number 2, number 3 overall next year? Is it not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 1,000%, Pat, which is probably why the Cardinals are kind of dragging their feet on this a little bit and not, caving probably isn't the right word, but not obliging to what Jacoby Brissett wants, even though they know it's probably he's worth a little bit more than what they're paying him right now. And he deserves, that's the report, is that the Cardinals know he deserves a raise. But if you can get away with not giving him that big of a raise or not that much guaranteed money, because by week 6, 7, 8, it's going to be the Carson Beck show. I feel like that's exactly what's happening right now in Arizona, is they know that they're turning the page from Jacoby Brissett because he's not a franchise quarterback and he's 33 years old. And he's been a backup for most of his career. And if eventually, you want to know what you have in Carson Beck. That way you can decide what you're going to do next year in the draft. And I think that's part of just kind of why this is a slow roll and why the two sides aren't coming to an agreement, even with training camp starting tomorrow, because Jacoby Brissett's going to continue to I would imagine he continues to hold in. That's the term. If he's at training camp and whatnot, but not participating, and waiting for this, because I don't know why he would necessarily cave on his side. But I think that's exactly what we're seeing, is just these two not coming to an agreement, because the Cardinals are kind of not wanting to pay him, not wanting to give him maybe what he's worth because they know he's not going to be their starting quarterback for the entire season.
So then why doesn't GM Monty Ossenford just make life easier for both of them? Why don't they just release him? Just release Jacoby Brissett, right? I mean, Kate,
because then
we're
you have
looking
a
at this
quarterback
again
room of
from a
Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck. Like, you need that veteranness of Jacoby Brissett to help a player like Carson Beck.
Well,
right?
that's why they have Gardner Minshew, right? I mean, he could teach Carson Beck how to grow a sweet mullet full of lettuce, and he could teach him how to wear a sweet bandana. I don't know, and look,
true.
Let's not act like Gardner Minshew hasn't had his days, hasn't had his time in the sun where he has shown and shined as a backup turned starter. Like, why do they need both of them? It never made sense to me that you were going to carry both Brissett and Gardner Minshew into this season and then draft Carson Beck on top of it. Like, is Gardner Minshew just an injury? Is he injury insurance? Like, is he not seeing the light of day unless Brissett gets hurt in the first couple of weeks? Because again, Kate, you've got to turn things over to Carson Beck at some point midway through or just after midway through this season. Otherwise, what did you draft him for? Because there's no way you could tell me you bring in a first-time head coach in Mike LaFleur, who has, again, failed miserably as the OC of the New York Jets, and then basically just scratched Sean McVay's ass on the sideline for the last 3 years and now gets a head coaching job. But you're trusting him with getting your franchise out of the depths, out of the dumpster of the best division in football. That's not easy to do. So are you really going to waste your time with Brissett and Gardner Minshew? Or are you just going to say, hey, Carson Beck, go out there. Let's see if you can capture a little bit of what you showed in your time at Georgia and Miami. And let's see if we've got a third-round gem here. Let's see if we've got the next Russell Wilson. Because if not, if he gets 8 starts and he looks terrible, well, we're going to be drafting in the first 2 or 3 picks, and then we need to select who our real franchise quarterback is next year. So, in my opinion, at this point, this whole Jacoby Brissett thing, again, as deserving as he is of getting a raise, it's muddying the waters. Why not just release him, play Minshew for a couple of games like the Raiders are doing with Kirk Cousins, and then throw Carson Beck in there and see what you got? It doesn't make any sense to me why they have both of these guys, Brissett and Minshew, on the roster. Why would they ever even sign Gardner Minshew?
Yeah, you make a great point in that there's no need for both of them. I mean, if you look at the schedule for Arizona this year, it's tough, and it's tough from the jump. And part of that is because of the division that they play in. I mean, they play Seattle and San Francisco week 2 and 3. So, 2 division games in your first 3 weeks, plus you're at the Chargers to start. Like, your easiest game is in New York week 4. So I can't imagine, regardless of who the starting quarterback is for this team, whether it's Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, or Carson Beck, which it's not going to be Beck week 1. Beck's going to be in around week 6, week 7. So to your point, Pat, you're right. Does it really matter who starts those first 4 weeks, unless there's more stuff behind the scenes that we aren't privy to or we don't know in terms of like what they want those 2 other veteran quarterbacks to kind of be teaching or showing to the young Carson Beck as he's trying to figure out his life in the NFL? Because I don't think the Arizona Cardinals, it would be a massive disservice to Carson Beck for them to throw him to the Wolves week 1. I don't think Carson Beck is ready for that quite yet. Like, there are very few first round quarterbacks that are NFL ready to start week 1. And I know you're not saying that or suggesting that. Like, your thought is he comes in midway through the season, which is how it oftentimes works with some of these younger quarterbacks. But yeah, I guess it really doesn't matter whether you're starting Brissett or Gardner Minshew. So to your point, sure, why not let Brissett just walk, let him go, and then you don't have to deal with paying him anymore.
Exactly. And then I think you just take the risk that, like, if it's just Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck, and they've got somebody else on the roster. I mean, Keaton Slovis, Slovis. I mean, come on. But like I think at that point, Jacoby Brissett wants a new contract, and you don't want to give it to him, rightfully so, because he's a 33-year-old that's been a journeyman backup his whole career. And then last year, you didn't expect him to have a halfway decent season. And even then, again, you had one of the worst teams in football because your defense is god-awful. And newsflash, they made like 0 concrete improvements on defense. They made a couple of like $3 million, $4 million signings to bring in a couple. Their defense is going to be terrible again. They're going to be awful. And at the sake of sounding a little bit like I'm repeating myself here, Kate, they're in the same division as the Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers. They're going to stink, even if Jacoby Brissett gives you the exact same numbers he gave you last year. So I would have just rolled the dice. I would have released him, say, hey, find it. You've got another chance. You got a chance with a different team to do what you did last year. Be a backup for a starter that maybe is not that good, and see if you can play your way into that job, and you've got another year as a starter under your belt and you get paid. But it's not coming from us because we're going in a different direction. And instead now, and again, maybe it's not a big distraction. Maybe we just blow things up, but they're going into training camp tomorrow. Brissett doesn't have a contract. They can't agree on a number. What are we doing here? I would have just rolled the dice and said, all right, we're going to release you. See where, good luck. Thanks for, at least making our games fun last year. And everybody bet on the overs on the Cardinals games, and it hit like every single time. But roll the dice that Gardner Minshew can stay healthy and start 4 or 5 games, 6 games, and then turn things over to Carson Beck. Because now, I'm going to use the term again. You're just muddying the waters for a franchise that clearly needs to get to their next franchise quarterback. And this is essentially the tryout year for Carson Beck. And Jacoby Brissett's just getting in the way. And it is no disrespect to him. Again, he was put in a real tough position last year, and he got Trey McBride to get his numbers. He got Michael Wilson and turned him into a really good receiver. Marvin Harrison finally had some confidence to hang on to some footballs at the end of the year because Brissett was doing his job as an NFL professional thrower of the football. But, man, it's not helping you win games this year, not more than 2 or 3. And if you win more than 3 games, honestly, as the Cardinals, you're doing yourself a disservice because you need to get your franchise QB.
Win total for the Cardinals next year is 3.5. That's the lowest in the entire league. I mean, if that tells us anything, that like there's no success projected to come to the way of Arizona at all. So yeah, Jacoby Brissett, maybe he would prefer to go. Well, I suppose he'd be a backup if he goes anywhere else. He probably wants to stay because he wants to be the starter. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, exactly. Who wouldn't? But the Cardinal, Monty Ossenfort, he's. I just don't like the direction. I don't like the moves they've made when it comes to not only the quarterback room, but also just essentially doing nothing on defense this offseason. So again, we say NFL players don't tank. Well, the moves that the Cardinals made this offseason suggest to me that they're trying to tank. And I just don't know how you see it any other way. For the defense that gave up an average of more than 30 points per game last year, you basically made 0 substantial improvements to the roster. So should the Cardinals give Jacoby Brissett another year, another 2 years on that contract extension, or should they just release him and be comfortable with handing Carson Beck the keys a lot earlier than a lot of us expect? 310-840-4910. Your thoughts on the Cardinals quarterback room and your expectations for this team going into the 2026 season. Do you think, just like me and Kate, that they're going to be this bad this year? Because I think they're going to be this bad. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we got another great night of baseball ahead of us. We will preview some of the big games of the night, including, can the Red Sox make history? They're going for a franchise record 15th straight win. We'll talk about it when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, you're really worried about the time frame. Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind, but I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it, because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league minute? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. Open the show breaking down the Arizona Cardinals quarterback room. I know, right? Sexiest, juiciest quarterback room in all of football this year. But no, seriously, them and the Carolina. We'll talk about the Carolina Panthers as well later in the show because they're getting disrespected again, and I don't know why. But with the Cardinals, they're probably going to be the worst team in football this year. So why is it such a big deal that Jacoby Brissett is either going to hold out or hold in once they report to training camp tomorrow? Them and the Panthers, first two teams to fully report to training camp tomorrow, baby. That's how close to football we really are. And so we're taking your calls and your texts on what the Cardinals should do with the quarterback room this year. How early is too early for Carson Beck? Because if they're as bad as we think they're going to be, they're going to have the number 1 or number 2 pick in the NFL draft next year, and they're going to be looking to draft a quarterback. So that makes this year a one-and-done kind of lame duck tryout season for Carson Beck, in my opinion. And so we'll take your thoughts on that, 310-840-4910. You can also hit us up on Twitter. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. Kate is at Kate Constable. Kate, have you heard of the account Cavatelli?
I have not, Pat. Tell me about it.
So it is
Cavatelli. That sounds like a pasta name.
It is.
It
literally
pasta?
is Cavatelli and broccoli,
Okay.
or as the overly done Italian Americans, right? That normally live in my neck of the woods. Hey, the gavadils. You got the gavadils. Cavatelli. It is a picture of Uma Thurman. I'm pretty sure it's Uma Thurman with like a bloody nose. I don't know. So I don't know who this person is. I don't know. Their bio says bear down. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. Connoisseur of Italian deli meats is one of them in the bio.
Ooh.
But it's a follower of mine. It's a good follower. We go back and forth on a lot of the things that I say on the show. And they're a Bears fan. And so they have not taken kindly to any of my Bears slander and my Jordan love. And so Cavatelli 24 tweets in, being high on Jordan Love is like the 14-year-old that claims he felt something off of the oregano he paid $20 for. Talking about obviously some cheap weed. Look, we've all been there, right? We've all been there, and years and years and years ago when we were teenagers. Maybe not, but yeah, Kate, I know you know very well. In the last couple of days, I've been at the pulpit by myself. I feel like espousing that Jordan Love is going to win the MVP this year, and Cavatelli apparently thinks that I'm like a 14-year-old that got some bad weed.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Cavatelli. Right? Wait, also scrolling through his time, like, are you guys best friends? He only tweets at you.
I don't even know if it's a guy, if it's a woman. I would assume it's probably a guy.
That's a good point. You and Tracy Wolfson is this person's two besties. That's good company to be in, Pat.
Yeah. Company with Tracy Wolfson, sure. Absolutely, without a doubt.
But yeah, I would agree with him. Being high on Jordan Love is kind of like a 14-year-old having some oregano. It's just not reality, right? If you're smoking oregano, you're probably not having the same type of effects as a real marijuana. If you're thinking that Jordan Love is going to win MVP this year, Pat, you're kind of a little out of your mind. Jordan Love is priced where he's priced for a reason. And it's not like he's terribly far down the board, kind of middle of the pack. But he's middle of the pack for a reason. I don't think Jordan Love's winning MVP this year. You want to just give me your money instead of giving it to BetMGM, that'd be fine.
Okay. What's the price you'll give me for Jordan Love to win MVP, Kate?
Jordan
Because
Love right
BetMGM
now
has
is,
him at 16-1. What price would you like to give me for Jordan Love?
I'll give you 35-1.
You'll give me 35-1. I will gladly take that. We can.
I'll give
we
you
can have a
35.
contract.
That's how confident I am that Jordan Love's not winning MVP.
Okay.
I'll give
we can
you
have a
long
contract
odds.
written up and everything, and
Let's do it.
just all right. You're gonna have to
Let's
work
do
a
it.
lot of shows. You're gonna have to do a lot of
I know.
BetMGM tonight in order to pay me back
That's
when
why
Jordan
I'm
Love
working
wins
the rest
MVP.
of the week, Pat.
310-840-4910. By the way, I always thought oregano was just like a slang term for like crappy weed. I'm guessing Cavatelli is actually saying literal oregano. I don't know anybody that actually went to get weed when it was illegal. And it still is in a lot of places, but everybody was 17, 18 once. I don't know anybody that actually got literal oregano sold to them. Do you?
No. I think
seems like a
oregano
myth.
is just a name for like really bad weed, but oregano also, like dried oregano, looks like it can pass if you're 14 and you don't know what you're looking for, type of a thing. Like then, yeah, maybe you think it is, but I don't know.
I mean, we would be diving down a deep rabbit hole. The one thing I just want to know is do any drug dealers know that a 14-year-old is being sent their way and they're like, hey, like let me get my oregano stash ready? Like
that's a great point. Yeah,
Monty,
they would have
VP
to know
Monty.
that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is a great point on Monty. I'll let you read it, Pat.
Yeah, our VP Monty is saying episode of The Office, Michael Scott tries to buy weed and they sell him a caprese salad.
That is a hilarious episode. I do very much enjoy that episode. We were talking about shows earlier before the show started and remembering specific episodes. I remember that one.
Fun fact, Kate, I've never watched The Office.
Not a single episode?
Not one.
Pat, that's not a fun fact. That's a sad fact. The Office is great. And I was late to the party with The Office. I just watched it for the first time maybe 3 years ago or so. Oh my gosh, it's so good. You need to try it. It's the opposite.
It's too late. It's too late.
Oregano.
It's too late.
No.
It's too late for people to go back and watch Seinfeld if you didn't watch it growing up. It's too late to go back and watch Seinfeld.
Watched that.
I just remember my dad would have it on every night. Like when before I would go to bed, I would like try to stay up longer than I should, and I would just lay at the edge of his bed and watch it until either him or my mom screamed at me to go to bed. But so like that was, but I didn't then choose to watch Seinfeld on my own, other than like I felt like at times it would just be on TBS or whatever at like 4:00 in the afternoon. I would get home from school, sometimes have nothing to do. I'd just throw it on, and now I realize how iconic it is, but it's too late. If I've never watched The Office, I can't start now. There's too many episodes. I'd rather rewatch my favorite show, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'd rather watch that for the 9th time than watch The Office.
Always Sunny is also a phenomenal show. These are all shows that I came into very late, Pat. Like I just saw Always Sunny for the first time probably in the last 3 or 4 years. But it's a great show. I have never rewatched start to finish throughout the seasons any of these shows, though. I've only watched them once. Parks and Recs once through. Always Sunny once through. Office once through. I've never seen Seinfeld. Maybe I need to see that one, but I do kind of agree with you that, yeah, it's anytime I go and think about watching it, I'm kind of like, I've missed the boat. It's too late on this.
Right? Yeah, because it's and most of the people I'm friends with, they've already watched The Office, and then it's like I don't want to bring up a reference. I don't want to bring up an episode that I found funny for the first time, and somebody's like, "Oh yeah, like I watched that 7 times." What about this? And when they do this, and when Michael does, and it's like, I didn't. There's something special about watching something for the first time, like with somebody or like a friend that you're like, "Oh, let's watch this together. We could talk about it." Who am I going to do that with? Everybody's seen The Office. And I kind of
you kind of look like a loser coming in late and laughing about episodes that have been laughed at for the last 10 years. I understand that point of it.
All right. Anyway, let's talk some baseball. 310-840-4910. I did say before the break, were the Red Sox going to make history here? They were searching for their 15th consecutive win today, which would have tied franchise history, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, one victory away from tying the franchise record set by the 1946 team. Lo and behold, their game got canceled because not only Boston, the Yankees in the Bronx, here in Philadelphia, where I'm at, they're in a rain delay with the Dodgers. I'd be stunned if they play the game. We're in a tornado watch, a lot of other parts of the Northeast. So the 15-game winning streak and a win to tie history for the Red Sox is going to have to wait till tomorrow. But I guess good news for Boston fans. Not only could they tie the franchise record, they could then break it in the same day because they're going to play a day-night doubleheader. Same thing with the Yankees and the Pirates. So again, waiting to see if the Dodgers are going to play the Phillies. It was a really good matchup that was on deck with Zach Wheeler going up against Justin Robleski. Both guys 10-game winners, both with ERAs under 2.7. So we'll see if that game gets played. But other than that, Kate, I'd like to focus on the Blue Jays Rays here really quickly because I feel like Toronto might be on the verge of just like an all-out free fall. Like, I honestly, I thought the Blue Jays were one of the teams that's like, all right, they can't be this bad for this long. Reigning American League champions. They're going to figure it out. Their lineup's too good. They stink. Kate, the Blue Jays stink. And this game's a pick'em tonight. Rays and the Blue Jays. Drew Rasmussen on the mound for the Rays. He's been great. Kevin Gausman on the mound for the Blue Jays. Hasn't been that good. He's got an ERA of 4.33. And the Blue Jays offense, they are pitiful. They are bad. And so the Blue Jays are 8 games under 500. I mean, they're going to be sellers at the deadline, which is incredible. And this happens, I feel like, not very often where the reigning league champions or the reigning champions miss the playoffs entirely. I just didn't think the Blue Jays would be this bad for this long. I honestly feel like they could end up losing close to 90 games this year, and it would not shock me. Do you think there's any hope of the Blue Jays turning this thing around?
Not one bit, because if you look at their upcoming schedule too, Pat, like you play Tampa Bay this series, like you mentioned, the first game is tonight. And then you have Boston, who, I mean, you just laid it out. Boston's going for a record in terms of win streak. Sure, you have a series against the Nationals and St. Louis, the Cardinals, but then, I mean, it kind of picks right back up. You go Philly, Boston, New York, Tampa Bay, New York. Again, like, I mean, they could rattle off a significant number of losses over the next, month, throughout the month of August, because their schedule does not get any easier whatsoever. And so thinking that this team could have a downward spiral right now, I think that's probably pretty viable just with who's, in their kind of immediate future in terms of who they're playing and how they're playing and the lack of offense that they've been able to generate this season.
Like, I mean, Kate, and again, they weren't a team that was built on power. They were a team that's built on contact. And you look at their batting averages for their starters compared to a lot of other teams, and they still have a lot of high averages. You know, Nathan Lucas, who's hitting leadoff tonight, he's hitting 290. Ernie Clement hitting 298. They've got a bunch of guys that are hitting in the 250s and 260s, but like, they have no power. Everybody, like Kazuma Okamoto is the only player on this team, I think, that has more than 15 home runs. He's got 22 of them. Let me just double check here. He is the only player on the entire Blue Jays roster that has more than 10 home runs. George Springer is second on the team with 10 home runs. Kazuma Okamoto with 22 bombs. I mean, Vladdy has been hurt, it feels like, all year, and he's been trying to play through it. His power has been completely sapped. Springer has been so hit or miss this entire year. When you think he's going to get hot, he goes right back into another slump. And then the thing that held them together last year was at least they had a decent bullpen. I mean, their even when the leads, even the games they get leads, their bullpen falls apart. It's downright terrible. They're an atrocious team. And that is, again, I know that I'm kind of weighing it to what expectations were for this team. It's just, I just don't understand how in sports this happens so often where you have a team that is so similar to last year and you're just so bad. It's mystifying to me. So, I mean, I would take the Rays in this game tonight. You know, again, Gausman has not been good. Everybody on the Rays has excellent numbers off of him. Like career off Kevin Gausman, Yandy Diaz, 389. Aranda, 500. Caminero, 308. Simpson, 583. Wall's 364. And a lot of these guys have had like 10 to 20 career at-bats off of him. So I would go with the Rays in this game tonight. I think it might be a long summer, and it already has been, for the Toronto Blue Jays. Let's talk about one more game here, Kate. Mets and the Brewers. You've got the Sproat Goat on the mound for the Brewers. He was the one that came back in that Freddie Peralta trade. Brandon Sproat hasn't been that great of a year for him. He's got an ERA of 5.16 going up against Zach Thornton, who the Mets recently brought in, and he's pitched pretty well. Again, limited playing time. He's only made a handful of starts here, a handful of appearances, but he does have an ERA of 2.6. But the Brewers, I mean, they pounded the Mets yesterday with Mizorowski on the mound, and these feel like these two teams are in completely different weight classes right now. And you consider the payroll, that's how sad this is. So is it if you're putting a couple of shekels on this game tonight, Kate, is it the Brewers or nothing, or would you actually trust the Mets to win a game against a good team?
No, I don't think you can trust the Mets at all, Pat. You haven't been able to trust the Mets all season. Why are we thinking we can trust them now against the Brewers, especially with the way the Brewers offense has been playing? I'm not even as of late, just this whole season. I mean, over the last 3 games, they've had 8 runs in 2 of those 3 games. Like, the offense is working right now, so I don't see that necessarily changing tonight. I would lay it with the Brewers. If you don't want to lay minus, what is it? Minus 140 something.
Yeah.
What do we got? 140. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Do you even consider taking a minus 1.5 on the run line? I just don't. I don't think there's any shot the Mets are winning this game here tonight.
Okay. I agree. The Blue Jays, the Mets, all these teams that were supposed to be so good and spent a lot of money, and they have been terrible. The Blue Jays, dead last in the AL East. The Mets, dead last in the NL East. I mean, my God. Just garbage products. Garbage teams. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going to try to go streaking. Nearly hit a 5 for 5 yesterday. We'll see what we can bring to the table for you here today ahead of a busy Tuesday night in baseball, despite some cancellations. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available. Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, like that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Like me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. We wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Like we would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever? I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece of this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before, Tyler. What did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop after signing the big money deal. They would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows them to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Turn your baseball predictions into bigger potential payouts with an MLB Parlay Boost token. Build your favorite MLB parlay featuring the teams and players you believe will come through. Then apply your Parlay Boost token to increase the odds and elevate your potential winnings. Whether you're backing multiple game winners, stacking player props, or building a same-game parlay, your MLB Parlay Boost token helps you get even more out of every winning ticket. Alrighty. We nearly went a perfect 5 for 5 yesterday. We will attempt to do it again. And if I get my streak up to 4 and Monty goes over tonight, we'll have a tie for the best percentage on this show. Just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! All righty. You know the premise by now. We go around the room and everybody on the crew picks one batter they think will correctly get a hit. And your player gets a hit. You get a tally on your streak. I'm our longest active streaker right now at 3. Combs is at 1. He came through with Murakami yesterday. Monty's at 1. He came through with Yordan Alvarez. Kate's at 1. She came through with Brian Reynolds. And then our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios looking to start a new streak here today. So I'll start us off. I'm going to Atlanta. Going back to another Brave. I went Ozzie Albies yesterday. Give me the reigning National League Rookie of the Year tonight. The catcher, Drake Baldwin, batting leadoff, hitting 273 on the season. Going up against Walker Buehler on the bump tonight for San Diego, who has just been atrocious. I mean, think about Walker Buehler and the pitcher he used to be versus the pitcher that he is now. I mean, my gosh. Yikes. And I know it's been a couple of years, too. It's been a couple of years, but it's startling to me to just look back at the guy he used to be and now the pitcher he's been for the last 3 or 4 seasons. He's got an ERA of nearly 5.5. 93 hits allowed in 89 innings, and on the road, he has been really, really bad. An ERA of 6.5, giving up 9 more hits than innings pitched on the road. Drake Baldwin was absolutely scorching hot going into this series. He had, over the weekend against Texas, 10 hits in 14 at-bats, including 3 home runs. He went 0 for yesterday. All right, we'll get on him tonight here. Give me Drake Baldwin, who, by the way, hitting 284 against righties, and he's also hitting 296 at home. Very favorable splits. I'll take him tonight against Walker Buehler. Give me Drake Baldwin to get a knock and push my streak to 4. Kate, who you going with?
All right, Pat. I like it. I like Baldwin for you. I'm going to go with Chandler Simpson. Rays and Blue Jays we just talked about. Kevin Gausman. Chandler Simpson has hit him really well throughout his career. 583. He's 7 for 12. Two doubles in that stretch as well. And Simpson's got a hit in all but 3 games this entire month. So I'm gonna go with Chandler Simpson to increase my streak to 2 tonight.
That's right. And Kate, not to disrespect you, again, I know that you fill in very often on this show, and we love you and we appreciate you. And if there is somebody that has the best percentage for anybody that's been on the show, it's you. 7 out of 8.
That's right.
So 88%, which is better than me and Monty. So whatever that's worth.
Hell yeah.
See if you can get
Let's
it to
go.
8 out of 9 lifetime. So there you go. All right, let's go to producer Brandon Combs. Combs, you got off the schneid yesterday. Can you push it to 2 in a row? Who you rocking with?
I hope so. I'm going to go with the red-hot Nico Horner. The guy has 12 hits in his last 5 games. So I love Nico tonight going up against Framber Valdez and the Detroit Tigers. Nico never lets me down, except for every time I pick him. So hopefully this time's different.
All right, finally, our video producer, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, the goatee, Michael Montgomery. Monty, who are you going with?
Kind of a layup here, going James Wood in Colorado. Don't really have to say much more than that, but I'm gonna. 10th highest rated hitter on my board tonight. Elite matchup against Michael Lorenzen. Lorenzen has really struggled against lefties. 338 average, OPS near 1,000. 5-star pitch mix rating for Wood, too, hitting well against 87% of Lorenzen's pitches. Like I mentioned, he's in Colorado. All of these metrics do not factor that in, so give him a huge another bump there. I think he's definitely getting a hit tonight.
All right. And then finally, our guy in our Westwood One studios, Lee DeLapp. Lee, who are you going with, brother?
I'll stay in Colorado, but I'm going to go on the other side. I'm going with our guy, Hunter Goodman. He's batting third against Carson Palmquist, who is not great. Righty versus lefties, batting third. I know he went 0 for 3 yesterday, but he did have those 3 homers the game before that in Cincy, or against Cincy. So give me Hunter Goodman to get back in the hitting column for me.
There you go, the good man. Lee's going with Hunter Goodman. Monty going with James Wood. Combs going with Nico Horner. Kate's going Chandler Simpson. I'm going Drake Baldwin. We'll see if we can go 5 for 5. All right, take a short break. Get your phone calls and your texts in at 310-840-4910. We're going to talk some more football when we come back because, as we mentioned before, the Arizona Cardinals ain't the only team reporting to training camp tomorrow. Are the Panthers getting disrespected again? This is BetMGM Tonight.
This
dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind, but I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it, because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league minute? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brad Evans is off all week. Kate Constable's with me here for another 5 hours tonight. And I realized that I was pointing to nobody. That's my fault. But anyway, we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, 310-840-4910. Talked a lot about what the heck the Arizona Cardinals are going to do at quarterback this year. Jacoby Brissett might hold in, might hold out, doesn't have a new contract, wanted a new contract. They still haven't come to a resolution. The Cardinals report to camp tomorrow. How early is too early to throw Carson back into the mix? And if the Cardinals are going to be as bad as we think they are they just going to draft another quarterback next year? So trust me, we get it. Cardinals not going to be a whole lot of fun to watch unless you like overs and you like fantasy football. In that case, they might be one of the most fun teams to watch, but they've got a big decision on their hands of what the heck they're going to do at quarterback. So talked about that in the first hour, and then some of the big baseball games tonight. We went streaking last segment. So again, the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Now, the other team that fully reports to training camp tomorrow, rookies and veterans, is the Carolina Panthers. Kate, coming off of an NFC South crown last year, despite the fact that they finished under 500 at 8-9. The story of the Panthers last year was, they played down to their competition, but they also almost always played up to their competition. Back in Week 6 when they beat the Cowboys, that was a big upset. They beat the Green Bay Packers in Week 9. That was a big upset. They knocked off the Rams in Week 13 at home. That was a big upset. They beat the Buccaneers the first time they played them. And then despite losing their last 2 games, thank you to the Atlanta Falcons for getting that 3-way tie and giving them their division title despite finishing under 500. Then they nearly beat the Rams in the playoffs. As a defense that got better as the year went on, it's an offense that has the reigning offensive rookie of the year, Ted McMillan. But Kate, who are we kidding? Once again, this team this year for the Panthers is going to come down to the quarterback. It's going to come down to Bryce Young here in year 4. And so I feel like Bryce Young and the Panthers together are being disrespected. I feel like they can easily win this division again because I don't think the Buccaneers or the Falcons or the Saints are really better than them. It's going to come down to, can Bryce Young take that next step? I feel like he took a major step last year, and people just kind of forgot about it. They've got the 3rd shortest odds. Like, they're projected with our friends at BetMGM to finish 3rd in the NFC South. I don't see it that way. And I was hesitant to believe in Bryce Young, but I feel like this Panthers team is the best team in the NFC South, and I just feel like not a lot of other folks think that way. I'm curious to see where you fall on the Carolina Panthers as they report for training camp tomorrow, Kate.
Yeah, I think the 3rd shortest odds, anyone can win, or the 3rd longest, well, 3rd shortest, 3rd longest, it's the exact same when you're 3rd in the division. I think anyone can win this division, which is why, like, as a quote value play, I think Carolina would be a great pick to repeat as division champs. The thing that might deter me from that or from Carolina making the playoffs is just that they have a tough schedule this year because they won the division last year. And they played the NFC North. Yesterday, Pat, we talked about how difficult that division is. Arguably, that's the second best division in football behind the NFC West. So it's just the fact that they have a really tough schedule that would worry me a little bit. I think Bryce Young certainly has the ability to take another step. He's got a great receiver in Tet McMillan. Chuba Hubbard, I mean, a good run game there. Jonathan Brooks, we'll see what he can do this year. He hasn't played much the first 2 seasons because he's been injured, but the expectations are that he should be a pretty good back. And so, there are some really good pieces. They added to the defense this year. The only thing that is really concerning is you play a first place schedule. And I mean, that's how many teams in the NFC North would you take over Carolina? Unless maybe, Pat, this is the thing, Carolina as a home underdog was the bet last year. Anytime the Panthers were home underdogs, they covered. And not necessarily covered, they sometimes won outright. There are games last year, I mean, going up against Matthew Stafford and the Rams, that Carolina beat them at home. Was it last year 2 years ago against Kansas City? Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
But there were some really good wins on Carolina's resume last year that I don't think you can just count them out or think that they're not going to be competitive, especially in that division.
Yeah, I agree. And in terms of their strength of schedule, it's about the 10th hardest, 10th most difficult if you're just going off of last year's combined opponents' records. But again, their first 4 games, Bears at home, Falcons on the road, Browns on the road, Lions at home. They have the earliest bye week, week 5. Then they're at Philly, home against the Bucks, at the Packers on a Thursday night, home against the Broncos. So that's a real tough 4-pack of games. Then they're at the Saints on the road, home against the Ravens, at the Buccaneers. It's going to come down to their division in their record in their division. And which of these 4 teams that feel like they're all very clustered together here, all of them with their pock marks, the Buccaneers with an aging defense and Baker Mayfield bouncing back after a season that he said himself on the Netflix documentary on quarterback that he was playing through multiple injuries. A lack of a run game for the Bucks. You got the Saints. Can Tyler Shuck take a big step forward in year 2? Outside of Olave, I don't think they have a lot of great weapons. Their defense also very suspect. The Panthers, it comes down to Bryce Young and their front 7. And then with the Atlanta Falcons, it's what kind of quarterback play are you getting from Penix? And if Penix is bad or he's not ready to play to start the year, then all of a sudden it's Tua time in Atlanta. And their ability to get after the quarterback was so putrid in the first half of the season. So all these teams have their flaws. It's going to come down to, I think, who has the best record in the division. But, I mean, I can't imagine Carolina got worse on paper. And I don't think Bryce Young is going to regress. I mean, I think we all kind of collectively, the first couple of games into year 2, 2024, we all kind of collectively said, this is one of the worst number 1 overall picks in the history of football. And that going to CJ Stroud at number 2, the Texans taking him right after the Panthers took Bryce Young is going to be the biggest mistake the Panthers ever made. I mean, almost a complete 180, I feel like. Not a complete 180, but we've seen CJ Stroud's struggles over the last 2 years. He's regressed. Bryce Young has gotten better. And so after Andy Dalton gets in that car wreck where he breaks his thumb, that basically saved Bryce Young's career. The way he finished the 2024 season, the way that he played throughout most of last year, limiting the turnovers, 11 interceptions, but he did throw 23 touchdowns. He threw for 3,000 yards. I know that's not a lot. He played 16 games. He only threw for 3,000 yards. But, again, some of the games he won, whether you want to chalk it up to their defense or you want to chalk it up to whatever, here are the teams they beat again. Last year, they beat the Packers. They beat the Rams. They nearly beat the Rams in the playoffs. And they won a lot of the games that they were supposed to win. So, for me, it just comes down to if Bryce Young is even just a little bit better than he was last year, then I think the Panthers are going to win this division again. And you mentioned Chuba Hubbard. We mentioned Tet McMillan coming off the Rookie of the Year. Jalen Coker came on big time at the end of last year. I have a lot of questions about their other pass catching options, but it's not like they lost anybody. Not like they lost anybody from a season ago. I guess you could mention, Rico Dowdle for sure, but Chuba Hubbard was also hurt for a lot of that season, and now he's healthy. So I think he's a very underrated running back. I think the Panthers continue to get disrespected here. And I don't think the rest of the division is that good. I think this division is Carolina's for the taking again.
Well, you also added Jalen Phillips on defense and
Yes.
Devin Lloyd as well. So like the defense gets better, which makes Bryce Young's job even easier if he doesn't have to, necessarily win shootouts if your defense is doing its job. In terms of win total, I believe their win total 7.5. So you're asking them to win 8 games again this year. Like that's where I think they could have a losing record and still win the division, Pat. Or have a 500 record and still win the division. Like that could certainly be a possibility where yes, I think Carolina can be a good team this year. Are they going to be a great team? Are they going to be a team that contends in the NFC overall? I don't believe that, but in this division, sure. I just don't know if they're going to win a ton of games, but they might not need to. That's been the MO for basically this division for how many years now? It feels like a decade. Like 3 or 4 years. Okay, maybe more, a decade. Yeah. Like you don't have to necessarily blow your schedule out of the water in terms of the total number of wins to make the playoffs. You just have to win one more game than the next guy that's finishing under 500 as well.
310-840-4910. Do you feel like the Panthers are getting disrespected, even though, again, it was a 3-way tie between them, the Buccaneers, and the Falcons at 8-9? They had that ever-important tiebreaker. That's what got them through to the playoffs, and then we saw their ceiling. They beat the Rams and then nearly beat them again in the postseason. So what are your expectations for the Carolina Panthers? Here's another good debate here, Kate, as it pertains to Bryce Young. Should the Panthers pay him this offseason? Now, they picked up the 50-year option on his rookie contract back in May or whatever it was, a couple months ago. And that guarantees that he is going to get paid $26 million next year in 2027. Do the Panthers gamble that Bryce Young, again, you want him to do well. So you would, you obviously, right? I mean, he's your number 1 overall draft pick. He's your franchise quarterback. He's going into year 4. You want him to do well. But do you want him to do so well to the point that if you don't pay him this offseason, you're then basically backed into giving Bryce Young more than $50 million a year next year? Because if the Panthers decide, and I know that their GM Dan Morgan said back in May after they picked up the 50-year option for him that they were having open talks about a long-term contract. Well, they're going to training camp tomorrow, and there is still no contract extension for Bryce Young. So I don't know, what would the market be for Bryce Young right now, Kate? Let's just compare him to some of the starting quarterbacks and what they're getting paid right now. Daniel Jones, $44 million. Sam Darnold, a year ago signed that contract with the Seahawks. How much of a steal was that for Seattle? $33.5 million. But then you look at some of the other quarterbacks that have already gotten paid here. Jalen Hurts, $51 million. Lamar Jackson, a while ago, $52 million. Justin Herbert, 52.5. Brock Purdy, 53. Jared Goff, 53. Stafford, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, 55. And a lot of those contracts were done a couple of years ago here. I mean, Malik Willis, who was, he's a fringe starter, only got the job because the Dolphins had nobody, $22.5 million. So for a guy that is still on his rookie contract that took you to the playoffs last year, what is Bryce Young going to get paid if the Panthers elect to pay him this summer? I got to imagine it is at minimum what Daniel Jones is making, right? I mean, how could you say the market for Bryce Young is anything less than $45 million a year? Do the Panthers decide to give him that now and hope that in 2-3 years from now, if they've won the division 1 or 2 more times, maybe they win a playoff game, maybe they get to the NFC title game, and that contract looks like a steal? Or do you risk you not pay him? Bryce Young balls out this year, throws for 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns, and the Panthers win 10 games, and then you got to pay him $50+ million next year because that is the going rate for a legitimate starting quarterback in this league. That's what the Panthers are going to have to do. You're basically betting against your own success, or you're paying him this offseason, and if Bryce Young stinks, then you've committed to a quarterback that maybe just started to answer all the questions about himself last year. If he takes a step back, that's the worst case scenario for Carolina. They've got a tough question and a tough predicament on their hands here this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be in the front office for Carolina trying to make this decision right now because I don't think you've seen enough of Bryce Young, enough really good stuff from Bryce Young yet to say, okay, we're gonna wait next year and pay you we'll pay you in the $50 million range. Like, he's had one good year, and his trajectory is on the up and up, right? Like, there's a good chance he has another good year this year, and then maybe he's worth 50 mil. But like, winning this division is different. Winning this division is different than Josh Allen going out and winning, that division, or Mahomes winning the AFC West and being rewarded for winning those types of things, right? Like, you're winning a bad division.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still deserve to get, and the answer is probably yes. Like, do you still deserve to get paid as a quarterback that's consistently winning their division, even though you might be winning it with a 500 record? I don't know. I would pay him now. I'd pay him around 40, what you said, Daniel Jones, 45, 48 mil right now versus having to maybe pay. I mean, could you imagine paying Bryce Young $55 million next year?
I can't. No. But like, again, if he has, and again, winning the division or not winning the division, if you get to the playoffs and Bryce Young is your quarterback and you've made the playoffs 2 straight years and he's 24 years old, right? He turns 25 in 4 days from now. He's about to be 25. So 25-year-old Bryce Young gets you to the playoffs for the 2nd straight year. I'm sorry, the market for a quarterback is way too defined in the NFL to then pay him anything less than $50 to $55 million a year. Maybe if you do pay him now, maybe it is only 40. Maybe it's less than 40. I don't know. I'd love to be in the Carolina Panthers headquarters right now to see what those conversations look like. I'm sure they've discussed it. I'm sure Dan Morgan and the Panthers have thrown out a number. And my guess is Bryce Young and his agent probably said, no, thanks. If that's what the offer is going to be, we're going to ball out this year, and then we're going to make you pay him $55 million a year next season. So, yeah, I would at first thought, I would probably pay Bryce Young now as well and maybe save yourself $10 million a year on the back end. But, man, if he does take a step back this year, then it's an immediate failure. It's an immediate failure.
Say you don't pay Bryce Young this year and you wait till next year and he takes a big step back after this season. Are you done with him? Like, is the Bryce Young experiment over? Are you starting over? Are you drafting a quarterback?
He probably then goes into the final year of his rookie deal, and it's essentially make or break. Right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't, they don't pay him this offseason, which in my opinion, it looks like they're heading towards not doing. And he looks like he did in his rookie season, and he's just downright awful. Like JJ McCarthy level bad, and the Panthers go 4-13. Then you're obviously not going to pay him. You've already picked up the 50-year option, so that money's guaranteed for 2027 no matter what. You make him play that final year on his contract. Maybe you bring in another veteran to try to push him. I'm trying to think who's their backup right now. Kenny Pickett is his backup going into this year. And so if he's that bad, again, you're already paying him no matter what, $26 million for next season. You make him play on that final year, and I guess, again, you bring in some kind of other insurance backup option. But, but then again, if that's what ends up happening, then it's like, well, damn it. All this momentum that we built is now kind of lost because now we've spent money on a pass rusher in Jalen Phillips. We've went out and we've improved the defense, and we still have a quarterback that we don't believe in. So it's best case scenario, which is also tough for them on their salary cap, is that Bryce Young takes another step forward, but then you're going to have to pay him $55 million a year, which again is crazy coming out of our mouths, but that is the reality of the situation that Carolina faces. And it's going to make it a lot tougher to build a successful winning team around him if you have to commit, 20% of your salary cap to your quarterback, which is the going rate in the NFL.
And I mean, what a career turnaround for Bryce Young if he's in the market of 50+ mil next year. Like you won 2 games your rookie season. You were benched 2 games into the season, into your sophomore season. You mentioned it, Pat. He only really got, another shot because Andy Dalton got injured in that car crash. And then you go on and you win 4 games your second season. And then all of a sudden, last year is what it is. And you win the division, you make the playoffs, and all of a sudden you're potentially looking down the well at a $50+ million payday. Like, talk about career turnaround in 2 years. He was so close to being, a career backup quarterback. Goes from that to potential 50 mil. Like, I mean, there are some really good quarterbacks in this league that are in the 50 mil range right now. I did not think Bryce Young was ever going to be one of those.
Me neither. I thought he was going to be out of the NFL almost as quickly as Jamarcus Russell. But kudos to him. I mean, he's turned it around. And I'll tell you what, who doesn't get enough credit is Dave Canales. He's a miracle worker, because again, you watch Bryce Young and you're like, this guy looks like me. He looks like me. He's like 5'10". He's scrawny. He's not strong. He doesn't run very fast. His arm certainly doesn't pop off the screen, but he was winning football games. And he was not only winning football games, some of the drives he was leading in the fourth quarter of games. It's like you don't believe that you're seeing it. So that just goes to show you what really good coaching and play calling they have in Dave Canales and Brad Idzik on the Panthers offensive side of the football. So I'm very intrigued, and maybe I'm a fool because I felt like, and I know Combs was with me last year. We were like, I feel like the Panthers can win the NFC South. And then now that it happened, I feel like it's like there's comfort in me in trusting the Carolina Panthers. But I feel like they could very easily stink this year, and I could just be dead wrong. But I don't know. I just feel like they're getting disrespected because I don't think the Buccaneers got better. I don't think the Saints are going to take as big of a step forward as everybody else thinks they will. I think it's honestly going to be the Panthers or the Falcons that win the division. And those are the teams that are projected to finish 3rd and 4th. And that's just how kooky this division is.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of out on the Bucs, and the Bucs have been one of the teams that I've liked in that division for a while, but I just don't think that they have it this year. No Mike Evans, he's gone. Clearly the Bucs, they're not paying Baker before this season. They're letting him play out his last year. So kind of goes to show what they think about him. There is so much chatter about Tyler Shuck and the Saints taking a big leap. Like I'm in the same boat as you, Pat. We're like, I kind of need to see it to believe it first. I know Shuck had a good, last couple games of the year, but are we sure that all of a sudden the Saints team's going to explode on the scene in the division? Again, maybe yes, in this division. But I'm not sold on that quite yet. So especially when you're talking numbers and value and betting, I think Carolina is a good look in that aspect as well.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like it's like that meme, right? Where it's one very overweight person and it's beautiful, and it's another overweight person and it's ugly and terrible. I feel like that's kind of the conversation around Dave Canales and Kellen Moore. I feel like people look at Kellen Moore, they're like, oh my God, this guy is such a genius, a miracle worker, is an incredible play caller. He won the Eagles their Super Bowl, not anybody else. It was because of Kellen Moore. And look, he's going to turn Tyler Shuck into an MVP. And then it's Dave Canales, and people are like, ew, Dave Canales? Dave Canales is awesome. The fact that he's gotten as much as he did out of Bryce Young, I feel like is a miracle in of itself. So I think you got 2 really good head coaches, but I mean, I look at the Saints roster and I look at their weapons. They brought in Travis Etienne. That was their big offseason acquisition. Chris Olave had a great bounce back year last year, staying healthy after all those concussions. They draft Jordan Tyson, but I don't look at the Saints defense as being dangerous at all. Again, they're running back a lot of similar defense from last year that just was mid, to say the least. So that NFC South, Kate, it is it's going to be a wild one. Let's see if we still have Mike in Texas on the phone lines here. 310-840-4910 if you want to join the show. Mike, line 1, what's going on? Mike, how you doing?
Hi, fellas. Thank you for taking my call. I think you're right, man. This division, I mean, it's a train wreck. It's a dumpster fire, but it is going to be very interesting to watch because they're just going to beat up on each other all season. I think I agree. If I understand this correctly, I think you guys are saying kind of the Panthers or maybe the front runner / favorite, whatever. I think I agree. I was not sold on Bryce Young. I literally wrote him off, just too small. Didn't even knock on his arm, didn't knock on his IQ. Just, it's the NFL, man. There's only one Drew Brees. So, but I think the progression he showed last year was crazy. It definitely shocked me. And yeah, I mean, if he even has, if he progresses at all from last year to this year and plays better this year than he does last year, granted, they're still the Panthers, but yeah, I think they can probably be labeled the favorite for that division. Yeah, so hey, I appreciate y'all taking my call, man. God bless. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Mike. Appreciate it. Good stuff, except for saying fellas, which maybe it was just a general term, but
yeah, I'm good with general terms. Guys, fellas, whatever. We're cool with that,
Kate.
Mike.
You let that one roll right off the shoulders there. Good job. Yeah, look, I think a lot of people, I think we were forced to kind of process what our eyes were watching, and that is Bryce Young doesn't look like Matt Stafford.
No.
He doesn't look like Jordan Love. He doesn't look like Drake May. He doesn't look like a franchise quarterback, but he played like one last year. And I think that's we had to come to grips with that. Or how the Panthers, and then again, you watch the game against the Rams, and that was when I was like, yeah, this team's going to win the division. They're for real. And then the Rico Dowdle, him and Chuba Hubbard, what they were doing, and just winning games on the margin. And then the playoff game against the Rams, it didn't shock me that they nearly beat the Rams in that playoff game. So, yeah, Kate, your thoughts on Mike's call?
Yeah, I agree with him. That's been it was the low hanging fruit for Bryce Young of he's too small, never going to be a star in this league type of thing when we saw him the first 2 years, but he kind of proved us all wrong because he still is too small, and yet he did some really good things last year. And I'm with him that that was my argument too. So I'm not saying that's low hanging fruit, like a lazy take. I mean, that was kind of my take too, that Bryce Young was too small to actually have a successful career, but he's turned things around. You got to give credit to him. Going toe to toe with Matthew Stafford 2 times last year. That's a sign of a really good quarterback. So the more we talk about the Panthers and Bryce Young, the more I like them to win this division, Pat, especially looking at some of these other teams and their schedules as well. I mean, Tampa Bay being the favorites, they don't have the easiest schedule throughout. And so I certainly think that the Panthers deserve a little bit more respect than they are getting right now in the market.
I'm glad we're in agreement on that. 310-840-4910. We've got more callers on hold. We've got a bunch of text messages coming through. We will get to your calls and texts as soon as we come back. And you want to weigh in? 310-840-4910. What are your expectations for Bryce Young and the Panthers this season? Should Carolina pay him this offseason or wait to see what he does this year, but then maybe be forced to have to pay him $55 million a year next year? I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. BetMGM tonight rolls on next. This is Westwood on Sports.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available. Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. We wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. We would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever. I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece to this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before, Tyler. What did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop. After signing the big money deal, they would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows them to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She is Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Getting to your phone calls and your texts here on your expectations for Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers this season. We're talking a lot of Panthers because they and the Cardinals are the first two teams to fully report to training camp tomorrow. That's right, baby. Training camp is in session for at least those two squads, with their rookies and their vets, everybody in training camp. And I feel like it's not getting talked about enough about Bryce Young not getting a contract extension this summer. That's something that they talked about back in May. They picked up the 50-year option, so he's already guaranteed to get paid $26 million next year in 2027. But would the Panthers want to get ahead of paying him now or kind of bet against their own success? If Bryce Young balls out this year, they make the playoffs again, you're going to have to pay him near $55 million a year. That's the going rate for a cemented franchise starting quarterback. If he takes a step back and plays poorly, well, your team's going to stink. But at least you have another option then to get out and not have to commit $50 million to a quarterback. So let's get to your phone calls here, 310-840-4910. Johnny is in Atlanta next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Johnny?
What's going on, Pat? Hey, man, y'all better stop disrespecting my Falcons. The Carolina Panthers are right where they belong because guess what? They tied with a team, Tampa Bay, who was hurt majority of the year, and a team with basically a rookie quarterback. So now, with the second year of the Falcons, I ain't going to say Penny's going to win the job. I think Tua's going to win the job, and that new coach, we're going to take the NFC South. And my top thing on – what's going on? My thing on the Carolina Panthers, and should they play Bryce Young? Yeah, Stefanski, yes. My thing with the Carolina Panthers, and should they pay Bryce Young? Man, you said it yourself. He's not fast. He has a okay real arm. So why would you pay somebody with those things $50-something million? Don't be the New York Giants paying Daniel Jones when he couldn't fit with their system. So to me, I think, hey, let's go. If I was the owner, I'll let him walk because I'm not paying already short and size quarterback with no arm all that money. And my Falcons win the NFC South, man, because Kevin Stefanski knows
Johnny,
how to make
hold on.
Stay
Stay with us here, Johnny.
What's going on?
Johnny, stay with us here.
All right.
Stay with us. Because as much as Bryce Young doesn't look like a franchise quarterback, he went toe-to-toe with Matthew Stafford, as Kate said, twice last year in a playoff game that they nearly won.
Okay.
Again, the numbers aren't like all-pro worthy, but he won him a division title, as bad as the NFC South is. And if he takes a step forward this year, what are you going to do? You're going to not pay him? You have to pay him if they make the playoffs again this year. Now, I know you said that you don't think they're going to, but not a lot of people thought they were going to win the division last year. And they did make some big-time improvements to that defense. So you could be saving yourself $15 million a year if you pay him now versus next year. That is the risk that Carolina takes.
Okay, and you said last segment that he cannot run, right? He has no good arm, right? But you said you give a lot to that coach for putting him calling the right place to put him in that situation. So it looked like to me you saying the coach pretty much guided him in the right direction. So who says he cannot guide another quarterback in that same situation?
Well,
because
Johnny, what I'm saying,
I'm
saying that Bryce Young looks like he doesn't have a big arm, and then he does. He isn't that fast. I mean, he rarely uses his legs, but that doesn't mean you can't be a successful quarterback. So I give a lot of credit to Dave Canales, but I also think like we need to stop disrespecting Bryce Young because he clearly can play. He clearly has the accuracy. He clearly's got the touch. He clearly knows how to go through his progressions. He's got pocket presence. You know, that offensive line was solid last year. They weren't elite. So he made a lot of this stuff happen. It's not like Dave Canales deserves all the credit. He deserves a lot of it. And also, I find it funny, Johnny, that you think the Falcons are going to win the NFC South, but it's going to be with Tua as their starting quarterback and not Penix. That, to me, that's one of the wildest takes you've ever had.
No, it's not. It's the truth because y'all make it seem like Tua wasn't a Pro Bowl quarterback at one point in time. He went through a situation with Mike McDaniel, and I think he wasn't a good fit. Just like Sam Darnold went to like 5 different organizations before he found his fit. I think he has the right pieces around him because guess what? He's an accurate quarterback. He got big receivers. When he was in Miami, he had small, speedy receivers. He got big receivers now in Atlanta, and guess what? He got a swift army knife in the backfield. So that's why I think it might be a great fit. I really hope they don't give up on Penix, but I don't see it because it's injury. I think he gonna play quarterback, but I don't think you can say same thing with Tua, his injuries, but Penix injuries is I want to say he. Well, I guess both of them injured. I can't say that, but that's my take on it.
Okay, Johnny, appreciate the call. Kate, that was mostly me and Johnny. I appreciate, I appreciate you hanging there because Johnny and we've gone at it for over a year now. My old show as well. You tell me, Kate, better chance for the Falcons to make the playoffs is with who at quarterback, Penix or Tua, assuming they're both healthy?
Well, that's the thing is I mean, assuming they're both healthy, probably Tua. Because Tua's shown us stuff. I know, Pat. I kind of feel the same way too. But like we've seen Tua play at a high level during his time in the NFL, and like we just don't have that same amount of sample size for Michael Penix of what he can do. So I have to say Tua right now. Because, I mean, Michael Penix has given us how many games in the NFL? And he's played decent in some of them, but, like, also not so much in others. So I'm going to go ahead and say Tua, but that is if they're both healthy. Tua has to clean up the turnovers, though, the interceptions. I mean, 15 interceptions last year to 20 touchdowns. That's not going to win you football games. And so that, I mean, along with the, injury history that both players have, but specifically for Tua, the interceptions and turning the ball over, that's something that he has to figure out if they're going to win games with him as the starter.
I mean, Tua is terrible. He is terrible. Yeah, but and I do feel for him because I do feel like the concussions they've played an impact on his career, and I think we're all lying to ourselves if we say otherwise. Like we have to admit that. We have to accept the reality that Tua is, for what it takes to play quarterback, and all the decisions that have to happen at rapid pace in your brain and in your mind. Again, you take a couple of what looked like life-threatening, not career-threatening, life-threatening concussions with the scary scenes and the fencing response and all of that. Like, I feel for him. I just don't think he's ever going to be that same quarterback that he was before those concussions, when everything was lined up perfectly for him, where he had Achane and a prime Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and all the pre-snap motion. And yes, you could say he's got a good fit now because Atlanta does have big weapons. They do have Bijan Robinson. They do have a good play caller now in Kevin Stefanski. But I just think that you could put Tua in the same situation he was in 5 years ago when everything was going his way with Miami. And I just don't think he's that same quarterback anymore. I think Penix has the higher ceiling at this stage in his career. I know he's had a couple of torn ACLs. He's coming back from one now. He said he expects to take team reps at camp. Is he going to be fully cleared and ready to go for week one? That's the only thing, in my opinion, that gets Tua the starting job for week one, is if Penix is not medically ready to go or physically ready to go. I believe that he will be. I'm a big fan of the Penix God. And so maybe I just have too much stock in Michael Penix at this point. I fell in love with him in that final year of Washington. And I thought when Atlanta went to him for the final couple of games in his rookie season, I thought he showed a lot. But yeah, the accuracy has got to be cleaned up. And I think it will under Kevin Stefanski. So I just think if the Falcons are going to do anything this year, it's going to happen with Penix, not with Tua.
Pat, I led the Michael Penix fan club when he was at Washington. I love the guy there. And I bet on Washington every week. And I won a lot of money betting on Washington when Michael Penix Jr. was the quarterback there. So I hope he has. And I would agree with you. I think he does have the higher ceiling. But if you start Tua this year, at what point do you bring Michael Penix Jr. in? Like, do they have to start 1-6 and then he gets his shot? Like, I feel like if you start Tua and they are even a 500 team, like, Penix is just going to be on the bench the rest of the season.
Oh yeah, so I mean, I'm hoping, and I'm glad that you were a big Penix believer as well, the leader of the Penix fan club. Yeah. So we're both on the same page. I'm just hoping more than anything his knee is good to go. And I'm hoping that for a guy that has a lot of talent and has often throughout his college career and now and again in his NFL career has been set back by injuries, I'm hoping that that knee holds up, man. And I just put some pixie dust on it, just to give him the oil like he's the Tin Man, and hopefully that knee doesn't fall apart because I think he's got a hell of an arm. It just comes down to the accuracy issues, which I know Caleb Williams has had some accuracy issues, and we all see the fourth quarter comebacks and the clutch gene. That's what I think Penix has, so I hope he stays healthy. All right, we got to get a break. 310-840-4910. We got plenty of text messages to get to as well. We'll continue our NFL conversation on the Panthers. The Falcons have made their way into the mix as well. Thoughts on the 2026 season coming up next. She's Kate Constable. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind. But I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard. And he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league minute? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Antonacci delivers this one into center field. Peters, he will be sent home. And the White Sox tie the game here in this 5th inning. An RBI single from Sam Antonacci. Benintendi, fair ball down the line. 1 run scores. Murakami waving in more. Here comes Vargas to throw to second. A 3-run double for Andrew Benintendi. And he gives the Sox the lead for the first time tonight here in Texas.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Pardon me. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. We got plenty of football text that we will get back to at the top of the hour if you want to join the show where we're talking Panthers. Expectations for them and Bryce Young this season. Then we got into Falcons. We were talking the Cardinals earlier on in the show. If you want to weigh in on your thoughts on those teams ahead of this season and how good or bad you think they will be, 310-840-4910. But we're going to talk a little baseball here. That was credit of CHSN there. That was the White Sox tying the game yesterday and then taking the lead as they end up smoking the Texas Rangers 10-3. The White Sox are now 53-46, still atop the AL Central, 100 games into the season here, Kate. They're a game ahead of Cleveland, 5 games ahead of Minnesota. They're playing the Rangers again tonight in about 15 minutes. The pitching matchup is Noah Schultz, who has not been that good this year. The lefty with a 5.60 ERA going up against the former heavily touted Kumar Rocker, who has honestly yet to turn into that star I think a lot of people thought he was going to be. Now in his 3rd big league season, ERA of 4.5. White Sox Rangers from Arlington. But, Kate, this White Sox team, are they going to hold off the Guardians? Are they going to hold off the rest of the AL Central here? Because this lineup is fantastic. Antonacci, who you heard in one of those highlights, hitting nearly 300. Murakami is healthy now. Miguel Vargas is an all-star. This team, this White Sox team, we've been talking about it for a couple of weeks. We got to take them seriously. Now, Kate, they're not that far off from maybe getting the number 1 seed in the American League. It's stunning more and more by the day how good the White Sox have been.
4 games back, Pat. They have the 3rd best record in the American League. You're talking in the same category of the Tampa Bay Rays, the Yankees. Like, when was the last time we threw the White Sox into a conversation with either of those 2 teams? Like, usually it's those 2 teams that we're talking about midway through the season, at the end of the season, come postseason. And the White Sox, their season's been over a third of the way through. And to be talking about the Chicago White Sox now in the same conversation as those other teams and sitting above teams like the Red Sox and the Guardians and the Rangers, Orioles, all of that stuff. It's impressive. So I don't think this White Sox squad is going anywhere, especially with how they've been hitting. Losing Kyle Teal yesterday, not ideal, just for, added for the depth in the lineup and all of that. I don't know how long he's going to be out, but I certainly think that there's a path where Chicago, maybe earning the number 1 seed or the number 1 spot rather in the American League is a stretch, but remaining top 4 or 5 in the entire league, I think that's certainly doable.
Kate, they only won 60 games last year. They're gonna surpass that win total in the next 2 weeks. They won. Remember how bad they were in 2024. They only won 41 games. They've already gone 12 wins past that in the middle of July. That's how bad this team has been for the last couple of years. We're talking them and the Rockies, the laughing stocks of baseball. And here they are just continuing to get better, beat teams that were supposed to be playoff teams going into the season, and they just keep winning with a pitching staff that has zero household names and with a lineup that just continues to grow before our very eyes. So kudos to the White Sox. We had to give them some credit. All right, we're going to go back to talking some football next. 310-840-4910. Is it going to be a three-peat for Philly in the NFC East? I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available. Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, like that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Like me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. We wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Like we would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever? I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece to this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before. Tyler, what did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop after signing the big money deal. They would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows him to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The flag has been thrown. Belton with the block. They're looking the other way. Carter with an entourage. Keenan Allen will trip him up.
9 guys stacked inside.
2 tight ends. Second down goal. Dart. Shovel pass. Caught. That's touchdown. Theo Johnson. And they need the 45 of the Giants. Herbert. Here's the pressure. Down he goes. Brian Burns. Big time sack. Losing 16.
Play action, Dart, end zone, wide open, touchdown, Theo Johnson. And so for the second straight week, the Giants score a touchdown on their opening drive.
Johnson on the nub side, the back end of the formation, one-on-one.
Looking his way, and it's caught for a touchdown. Johnson does it again.
Dart, he can run. Can he ever? He can run all the way to the end zone. Touchdown.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Brett Evans off all week. Kate Constable with me again tonight. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Tuesday night shindig kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun show so far. We're going to talk some more football here in just a bit. We've talked a lot of football, though. I'm juiced up. I'm psyched. You got the Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers fully reporting for training camp tomorrow. A bunch of NFL teams are following suit in the next couple of days. And in 8 days from now, everybody, all 32 teams, will be immersed in training camp. We're 16 days away from the Hall of Fame game. I can't wait. I need football now. So we've been talking a lot of football, to say the least. 310-840-4910. You heard there a nice little mashup of a bunch of highlights of the New York Giants season. So we're going to talk about the NFC East here. Do we have a three-peat after it took us over 2 decades to finally find a repeat division winner? Did the Eagles bounce back, which bounce back is, you usually don't say bounce back for a team that won the division, but it feels like they would have to bounce back after how horrible their offense was last year. Do they win the division again? Do they three-peat? Do the New York Football Giants, which you heard highlights from on NBC, CBS, NFL Network, do the Giants finally rise up with Jackson Dart in year 1 under John Harbaugh and take this division? Do the Cowboys finally have a solid enough defense to hang around? Or do the Commanders, who look like they're not going to be a good team on paper, do they surprise us like they did 2 years ago? What do we make of the NFC East? 310-840-4910. Kate, let's start with the Giants, who we heard all those highlights on. I'm a Giants fan, and so I want to get your thoughts on them first. Where are you leaning? What's your confidence level with Jackson Dart and John Harbaugh and the Giants this year? Do you think they can win this division, or do you think it's going to be another year of mediocrity?
No, I think it's going to be another year of mediocrity. Because I know, Pat, I'm sorry. I hate to do that to you. But when your top three players, or at least your top three offensive weapons, are all coming back from major injuries or have had injury concerns, I guess Jackson Dart didn't have like a major injury, just concussion. Dart wasn't injured last year, but Cam Scatterbo coming back from
no, but he went to the medical tent like every other game.
Every game, yeah. Malik Neighbors still coming back from his injury. So like your cornerstones of your offense are all injury riddled players. That concerns me going into this year. And I think Jackson Dart can be a good quarterback. I think he can take another step this year, but I think he also needs to not necessarily like change his play style, but just become a little bit more smart, a little smarter, a little bit more aware. And not take those types of hits. And maybe Harbaugh, maybe he's the guy that can kind of coach that out of him and kind of put him on the straight and narrow path in terms of not going crazy and finding yourself in the medical tent every other game. But without Scatterbo and without Neighbors being 100% coming into the season, and I guess maybe Scatterbo, he's doing backflips, like maybe the guy is totally fine. But when your top three offensive players are coming off of a year of injuries, or two of those three rather, that's a little concerning for me in terms of just can this team go on and win the division when you're talking about going up against a team like the Eagles or even the Cowboys offense. The Cowboys defense has a lot to be desired, but that offense was unbelievable last year. So you got to believe that the offense alone can win the Cowboys plenty of games.
Yeah, look, here's the thing with my New York Football Giants. Yes, Jackson Dart is. I feel like he's Jaden Daniels light, in the sense that we are talking about Jackson Dart in the same way we were talking about Jaden Daniels a year ago. Got to learn how to slide. Got to avoid all the hits that Jackson Dart repeatedly took because he is so good with his legs, and at times the offensive line was. Look, the Giants' offensive line was the best that it was in like the last 6 years. So I don't want to crap on the offensive line. They still weren't that great. And a lot of the pass catchers, once Malik Neighbors went down, they were getting no separation. I mean, you were relying on guys like Wan'Dale Robinson, who had a good year and is now at the Titans, but you're relying on him, Darius Slayton, to get open and to get separation. And that often wasn't the case. So then Jackson Dart was making things happen with his legs. And, we mentioned the Cam Scatterbo ankle injury. And so then they were really thin with all the talent they had on offense, and it felt like it was Jackson Dart doing everything. And in that being said, yes, it felt like he was in the medical tent every week. He did suffer a concussion against the Bears and missed 2 weeks after that. Those are the only games that he missed once he took over as the starter last year. But, yeah, he needs to learn how to slide. He needs to learn how to avoid taking these hits. You're not playing against, and the SEC is the best conference of football, but you're not playing guys in the SEC. These guys in the NFL will hurt you. They will concuss you, not on purpose, but, and I'd say he's Jaden Daniels light because we were having the same conversations about Jaden Daniels last year, Kate, but Jaden Daniels also went to the NFC Championship game in his rookie season. Jackson Dart and the Giants won 6 games. So, yeah, I agree if you're hesitant, if other people are hesitant to believe in the Giants, but I think the Giants are winning 10 games, and they're going to be a wild card team this year. Ooh. I think they're going to finish second in the division because I think Jackson Dart is amazing. I think he is electric. I think his decision-making outside of not knowing when to slide, I think his decision-making and throwing the football, considering all the injuries, no Malik Neighbors after week 4, no Cam Scatterbo midway through the season. Again, he's throwing to Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton. Those were his best weapons last year. And, in how many starts did Jackson Dart end up making? I think it was 10 starts. He threw for 2,272 yards, 15 touchdowns, 5 picks, ran for another 9 touchdowns, and only had 7 total turnovers. He was a machine. He was an offensive machine. He put up incredible numbers. So, yes, I'm very high on Jackson Dart. Cam Scatterbo, I mean, my God. I mean, just the other day, the guy does a backflip at what? It was at a WWE event, or I don't know where the hell it was. I don't care to know
Fanatics
where
Fest,
it was.
I
I
think.
just see him. Was that Fanatics Fest? Yeah, I don't know if it
think
was at
so.
Fanatics Fest or they had like a WWE event that like I felt like so many athletes then showed up to
Yeah,
the
that could have been it.
WWE event, Raw, whatever it was that night. And yeah, Tom Brady smacking Logan Paul. I don't know if that was at a WWE thing or Fanatics Fest. Either way, Scatterboo coming off of a gruesome injury where I literally saw his ankle twisted around backwards, does a backflip, doesn't land, it falls on his ass. And John Harbaugh got asked about it, and he goes, dude, at least stick it. Like, I appreciate John Harbaugh playing it cool because you can only imagine how pissed he must have been when he actually watched that for the first time. But, you know, again, Malik Neighbors is the other thing that I've been wanting to lose my mind with this offseason, Kate. He had to have a second surgery after he tore his ACL in September. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones tears his Achilles in December, and apparently Daniel Jones is ready to go, no problem. But a kid that's 24 years old tears his ACL 11 months ago, and he still might not be ready to go. So I see all the injury questions that are already rearing their ugly head with the Giants. And it's a violent sport, and injuries are bound to happen either way. I love the moves they made in the offseason. And as much as I think Joe Shane should have been fired 2 years ago, let alone after last season, I love that they brought in Isaiah Likely. That's a red zone weapon that we saw the Ravens utilize the last couple of years. I love that what the moves they made on defense, bringing in Tremaine Edmonds. I wanted Caleb Downs more than anything, but Arvell Reese feels like he is a decent second option. I think they've beefed up the defensive line after they traded away Dexter Lawrence to the Bengals. I think the secondary is better than it's been in the last couple of years. And now then the big question is, was it Baltimore? Was it Lamar Jackson? Or was it John Harbaugh? Why did the Ravens not get to the heights they needed to get to in the last couple of years here? Who was the real reason for their failures? Or was it just a collection of everything and it was they needed a change in direction? I still think John Harbaugh is a hell of a good coach. I think he is a guy that gets you to the playoffs. Once you get there, then it feels like it's a different story. But I think John Harbaugh is the right coach for this team, a young team that has a lot of guys that will literally run through a brick wall. And I think it's about harnessing that energy and making sure that they play disciplined football. That was normally John Harbaugh's strength, Kate. But the Ravens, in terms of all the leads they blew and in terms of how many penalties they would rack up, it kind of felt like John Harbaugh's greatest strength became, honestly, his greatest weakness the last couple of years in Baltimore. So I'm very, very excited, but also very nervous to see how he does in year one coaching this team. Do you think the Giants get a boost because of John Harbaugh, or do you feel like at this point his impact is just that of an average NFL coach?
Well, that's what, like, a lot of times when you have first-year head coaches, it takes a while for the team. It takes a while for them to kind of get things figured out. It's not all like often where you see a Ben Johnson in his first year as head coach have the success. And I know Harbaugh clearly is not a first-year head coach. He's a veteran coach in this league and has had a lot of success. But his first year with a new franchise, like, is there a learning curve at all just with everyone coming together, that whole team with the new coaching staff? So yeah, I think it could be a little bit of a slow roll there. And I mean, I think there are some things with Harbaugh and the Ravens, and he was to blame for some of the seasons where they kind of couldn't get over the hump. I'm also concerned with this Giants team, Pat. Like, you look at their schedule this year, and a lot of the teams that we would typically look at before and be like, oh, that should be a win. I mean, like, AKA the Titans, week 3. Well, we've talked, this week, we talked a little bit last week that the Titans are a team that everyone seems kind of high on. Like, they're a team that people think could have a better season is not that far-fetched based on how many wins they had last year, but like, they could be a team on the up and up. New Orleans, apparently everyone thinks that they're taking a big step forward. They're on the schedule this year. So all of a sudden you have some of these teams that would be kind of like penciling those wins for the Giants. And I'm not so sure it's going to be that easy. But then you also see you have the Rams there. You have Houston. You have San Francisco. So like, the schedule is tough, where that concerns me a little bit with the Giants, especially if you don't have a fully healthy Malik Neighbors. at the start, or God forbid he kind of tweaks something, because this has not been a seamless injury for Neighbors in terms of coming back from. Like, they've had to go in and clean things up and have multiple surgeries, where like that's not the type of situation you want your star wide receiver in.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you what, Kate, I mean, I feel like we're, as we normally have been for the last several Giants seasons, where it is normally 1-5, 0-6, 2-4. At 2-4 has been a godsend if they get to that in the first 6 games of the last few years. But you mentioned the schedule and teams that, yes, there's like the Saints. A lot of people are high on the Saints, just like people are high on the Giants, like myself. And so that's kind of, that could end up being a coin flip game. That's a game the Giants better win. And I'll tell you what, just look at the first 4 games. Cowboys, who the Giants have gotten annihilated by year after year after year for the last 8 years. If the Giants are 0-2, I'm not going to panic. If they lose to the Cowboys again, despite it being at home week 1, and the Cowboys defense still with a lot to prove, still not very good, and hopefully Malik Neighbors is healthy. If the Giants are 1-1, I'm not expecting them to beat them. I'm already penciling in the Rams game as a loss. If they end up beating the Rams on the road in week 2 on Monday Night Football, then, oh my God. And I'm going to be a big problem on the show. I'll be a big problem on the show. But the first 4 games, after that, Titans, Cardinals. I think both of those games should be wins. They have to be wins. But let's say the Giants beat the Cowboys in week 1, lose to the Rams in week 2, and then they end up splitting with Tennessee and Arizona. Either way, after the first 4 games, if the Giants are 2-2, the season's on track, and probably I'll be okay with where the season's headed. If they're 1-3, it's going to be a long year. If they're 0-4, forget about it. Clean house. Get rid of John Harbaugh. Don't even let him coach the entire first year. I'm partly kidding. But if they're 3-1, I think that then my expectations all of a sudden are going to go through the roof. And then you look at week 5 and week 6, and they play the Washington Commanders and the Saints. 4-2 is honestly kind of what I'm expecting for the Giants after the first 6 weeks of the season. And I don't think that's crazy. 3-3 would feel like a bit of a disappointment, but okay, you're 500 and you've got a bye week, and we'll see how the rest of that schedule shakes out. Some of those teams are going to be better than expected. Some of them are going to be worse. But if the Giants are 4-2 after the first 6 weeks of the season, they're going to be a playoff team. And I feel like, again, as is normally the case, the first few games is going to dictate the Giants' season, for better or for worse.
Were you pleased with the hiring of Harbaugh when that happened, or was there someone else that you would have preferred? What was your reaction when Harbaugh got the job?
I was happy. I mean, I wanted Harbaugh or Stefanski. I wanted the 2 very experienced coaches that have coached playoff games, that have won playoff games. I honestly, I can see why John Harbaugh got stale in Baltimore, and I can see why, I feel like if you put a picture of John Harbaugh up next to Mike McCarthy, you ask yourself, who's the better coach? 9 out of 10 people will say John Harbaugh, but I feel like Mike McCarthy doesn't get enough credit for what he's done, but they're not entirely dissimilar. They both won a Super Bowl. They both kind of wore out their welcome in their previous stops. But I still think they're good head coaches. They have experience. And I think that experience versus all the young, new, hotshot offensive coordinators like the Mike LaFleurs of the world. Again, the Titans thought they had that with their previous head coach, and it ended up being a terrible hire with Brian Callahan. So the hotshot offensive coordinator doesn't always work. It worked out it's worked so far for you guys with Ben Johnson in Chicago. And so experience doesn't always translate. That's not always a great hire. But I thought for this team where they have a lot of young talent, I thought John Harbaugh was a good hire. I was very happy when they got him. And so I'm expecting 10 wins. I am. My expectations for this team are very high. We can never really just assume that a team will stay healthy, and it's impossible to predict which players, which teams will suffer more injuries than the other. But assuming that is all level for every NFL team this season, Giants have normal amount of injuries, normal amount of health. I think this is a 10-win team. I'm very excited for this season. For the first time in a long time.
So can I entice you on a over 9.5 wins at plus 285? Like, is that are you feeling that confident about it? Or would we prefer 8.5 at plus 160?
I mean, I said they're going to win 10 games, so I might as well, right? The plus 285 for the Giants to win 10. But 9-8 probably doesn't get you a wild card spot in the NFC. But if they go 9-8 and miss the playoffs, it's going to be frustrating for sure. But it'll really have me excited for 2027. What is there, Kate? Do you have the odds of what it is just to make the playoffs for the Giants this year?
Let me not in front of me, but we're gonna figure that out. We're gonna figure that out, Pat. Playoffs. To make the playoffs, the Giants are plus 225.
Yeah, I would probably just take the over 9.5 then. Because that's plus 285.
If they're winning 10 games, they're probably making the playoffs.
Yeah. Yes. And if they're winning 9 games, they're probably not making the playoffs. So yeah, might as well just take the plus 285 on them to win 10 games. That's where I would put my couple of bucks. Now I normally don't put money on the Giants because it's often, it's often a failure, or it's just betting against them and then just emotionally hedging and saying, all right, they're going to get their brains beat in, but I'm going to make a couple bucks off of it. And that's kind of how it's been for the last 5 years. This year feels different, Kate. This year feels different. But I'd like to actually see it happen before I, make any investments on the New York Giants. 310-840-4910. All right, we still have a bunch of texts that we got to get to. We'll get to more of your phone calls. 310-840-4910. How do you see the NFC East shaking out? Does Philly repeat for a third time? Do the Cowboys win this division for the first time in a couple of years? Do the Giants take the big step forward? Or could the Commanders prove that 2024 was not a fluke? We'll talk about the other teams in the division when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like, I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here, and that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot, and that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal, because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind, but I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it, because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league minute? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Oh, Dua Lipa. What an icon. This is Dua Lipa, right? Hey,
I have no idea. No idea.
I'm hoping it is. This is the song from the Barbie movie. It's definitely Dua Lipa. I know Dua Lipa when I hear Dua Lipa. All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios says in our show chat, yup, in all caps.
Yup.
So, thank you, Lee. It is confirmed, Dua Lipa. We've got a bunch of calls and texts to get to. So before we talk about the rest of the NFC East, we got into the New York Football Giants, my team. I think they're a 10-win team. I think they're a wild card team. So who do I think is going to win the division? We'll get to that in just a second. But your thoughts, your expectations on John Harbaugh in year one leading Big Blue. Let's get to some phone calls here. Let's go to Elvis, who's in Bama, next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Elvis?
What's going on, Pat Boyle? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, brother. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, look, man. I think you're looking at the Giants season next year, this year coming up. I think you're looking at it wrong, man. You shouldn't be judging whether it's a success or not by how many games they win. You should look at it just like the Bears were doing with Caleb Williams last year. It's the growth of Jackson Dart. That's the only thing that matters. If he gets better, gets a little bit calmer, continues to grow as a quarterback, stays healthy, then at the end of the year, if he does all that, if all that happens, the year is a success. It doesn't matter if you win 5 games, 8 games, 10 games, it doesn't matter. You're not going to win the Super Bowl, so just, let him grow, and that's exactly what you need. Anyway, enjoy the show,
but
man.
Elvis,
I'm
wouldn't
out.
you argue that if Jackson Dart grows and stays healthy, that it's kind of, how could Jackson Dart grow and get better and the Giants win less than 7 or 8 games? I guess the defense could be absolutely atrocious, which to a certain degree it was last year, but they made some big time improvements. They drafted Arvell Reese. I think that Abdul Carter going into his second year is primed to take a big step forward. So the Giants won 4 games last year. If Dart continues to get better, I just don't see how they win any less than 7 or 8 games. So yes, I am concerned about his growth as a quarterback more than anything, but if he does grow and they don't finish above 500 at the bare minimum, then there's something else very wrong with the team, no?
Yeah, there could be something else very wrong, and I'll say that partially. And look, I'll preface all that by saying I really like John Harbaugh. I think he's a really good man. He's a good coach. I don't think he's a great coach. He's got a huge red flag to me in his coaching resume, and it's all those blown quarter leads in Baltimore. Way more than anybody. I forget the exact number. It was like over a 30-game stretch or something like that. Like 7 times or something crazy. Nobody else had more than 3. That's a huge red flag. I don't know if he's a great coach. And even if they won 7 games, that would still be more than just twice they won just so. I would just say, and man, look, this is easy for me to say. I'm not a Giants fan. You are. I get it. That's cool. So anyway, I enjoyed the show, brother. I'm out. See ya.
Yeah, appreciate it, Elvis. Kate, and again, and our producer, Brandon Combs, is saying in the show chat, growth doesn't mean wins. If they lose 10 games, but he throws for 3,800 yards with 25 touchdowns and less than 10 interceptions, that's growth. You tell me which quarterback plays really well and their team doesn't make the playoffs. And I'll give you the answer here. I'll give you the reference just looking at last year in terms of the quarterbacks that were in the top 12 in passing yards in the NFL. Baker Mayfield and Patrick Mahomes were the only quarterbacks in that list. And Dak Prescott. So there's 3. Okay. But those 3 quarterbacks were the only guys in the top 12 in passing yards in the NFL last year, and their teams didn't make the playoffs. So, I just don't. Again, unless the Giants defense is as bad as the Cowboys or as bad as the Bengals were last year, I don't see how Jackson Dart grows and takes a big step forward, and the Giants don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, it would have to be squarely on the defense. Or they just get unlucky in some games, like the ball bounces the other way and they're on the losing end of all those games that the Chicago Bears won type of deal last year. But I agree with Elvis that like success can be measured in terms of growth of your quarterback. But I also agree with you where if the quarterback is growing and if he's throwing for 3,800 yards and less than 10 interceptions, you're probably winning those games. So both of those things kind of go hand in hand where the growth comes. What comes with growth is wins. And if you're winning 10 games, you likely have grown as a quarterback. So to me, both of those things I don't think there's like an argument of which is better. I think they're kind of in tandem of if this happens, then that happens for both scenarios.
Yeah. I'm sick of waiting for wins. I'm saying like enough with the patience, enough with the growth, enough with wanting to see the team. No, I want wins. All right, because I've seen a Giants team over the last couple of years. Oh, they grew. Oh, well, the end of the way they finished the year. Oh, well, hey, look, a lot of growth out of the rookies, and you know what? I saw growth. I saw growth out of a couple of rookies in the secondary a couple of years ago in Tyler Nubin and Drew Phillips, and then they both took a step back last year. So I'm sick of growth. I want wins. All right. I want freaking wins, Kate. I've watched so much bad football over the last couple of years. It induces vomit when I think of the New York Giants in the last couple of seasons. They have not won more than 6 games in any of the last 3 years. They've made the playoffs once since 2017. They've made the playoffs twice since they won the Super Bowl in 2011. Unacceptable. I got a GM that I don't like, but I kind of like some of the moves that he made in the offseason. I hated the draft. I wanted Caleb Downs. They didn't get him. They went with Arvell Reese, and they went with a lineman who's gonna play guard. They went with a tackle who's gonna play guard. And I'm trying to see the vision, and I'm trying to say, all right, well, they got some insurance in case there's injuries on the offensive line, which happens to almost every team. But my God, I wanted Caleb Downs. And so I got a GM that I've been ready to run out of town for the last couple of seasons here. No. I don't want to see growth. I want to see wins. I need to see wins. Enough with the growth.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. When you've been an organization that's been at the bottom of the division and, single digit wins for however long. And now you have to see Caleb Downs on the Cowboys twice a year, Pat, which is unfortunate for you. I wonder if, speaking of Dak Prescott being one of those quarterbacks who throws for a bunch of yards but still doesn't make the playoffs, what that defense for the Cowboys is going to be like this year, because I think they made some changes where the Cowboys could actually be a pretty good team if the defense is even remotely better than it was last year.
And again, you would think that it can't be worse than it was last year, right? I mean, they make the trade for Quinnen Williams last year, and now they got a full season with him rushing after the quarterback. They make the trade for they got the trade for Kenny Clark in that Micah Parsons deal. They had Rashawn Gary, DeMarvion Overshown, who I thought was turning into a bona fide all-pro linebacker in his rookie season. Then he blew out his knee and, was kind of slow to come back last year. They had a Tito Obonia from the Chargers, and you mentioned the secondary. They get Kobe Durant, and they draft Caleb Downs. Other than that, I still think there is a lot to be desired. But, again, it is hard for them and the Cincinnati Bengals defenses to both be as bad as they were last year. And again, we were having the same exact conversation the year before that, and their defenses stunk again. Right. So, look, I know that Caleb Downs is going to have a statue built for himself outside of Jerry Rowland 20 years from now, and I'm going to forever say that I told you so. I told everybody. I told Joe Shane. I told everybody that the Giants needed to draft Caleb Downs. I can already see it. We got a bunch of texts coming through that we need to get to here. 310-840-4910. Let's see. We have a couple from last hour that I wanted to make sure I did not forget. 865 number texts in. We were talking about the Carolina Panthers and the NFC South. 865 number texts in. The Panthers will win the NFC this year. From Hank. Not only the NFC South, Kate. Apparently, Hank thinks they're going to win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl.
The entire NFC?
The text says win the
Hank
NFC.
Might need a little bit of a reality check, because last time I checked, the Rams were in the NFC, the 49ers were in the NFC, the Chicago Bears were in the NFC, the defending Super Bowl Seahawks are in the NFC. Yeah, Carolina, Hank, we appreciate the text. Panthers aren't winning the NFC. Had you put South on there, then maybe that's a little bit more realistic.
Yeah, and I think they are going to. If I had to pick a team, I don't like the Bucs. I don't like the Saints. I would pick the Panthers, the Falcons. I would just go with the two highest odds, the two longest odds, if you will. The two teams that are, according to our friends at BetMGM, have the least amount of chance to win the division, because I think the division is going to be very mediocre. But the whole NFC, I would take a remarkable step forward by Bryce Young. And if they win this, they go to the Super Bowl, then you're handing him $55 million a year in cash to continue to be your quarterback. Because we talked about whether or not they should pay him now or try to wait. Let's get to another text. Eric from Westminster, Colorado texts in, just found this show. Best show on radio. Has a little bit of everything. Can I download it somehow and listen at work? Eric, we appreciate those very kind compliments. Thank you very much. What took you so long to find the show? But also, yes, you can download it. The BetMGM Tonight podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. Very easy. In case you can't listen to us live, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, you can download the show as the podcast, listen to the podcast whenever. wherever you get your podcasts. Very, very easy. Let's get another text in here. Antoine the Mailman in Tacoma, Washington. Text in, Pat, you are going to have to come off the Jordan Love for MVP. The Packers don't have an explosive offense, so he has absolutely no chance. You need to pivot to someone else. Kate, your thoughts? I know you probably agree with Antoine the Mailman. No chance, though, for Jordan Love? No chance to win MVP?
I mean, never say never, right? Jordan Love. Yeah, Jordan Love's got no chance to win MVP. I'm with him. I don't think Jordan Love's winning MVP next year. I think the offense needs to be a little bit more explosive in order. Is that what he's? Can you read that text to me again?
Yeah, the Packers don't have an explosive offense, so he has absolutely no chance. You need to pivot to someone else.
I mean, I kind of do agree with him. I think the offense does need to be a little bit more explosive. I just don't. I just don't see it with Jordan Love. I mean, the consistency has to be better. He can't. And Jordan Love will have 5 or 6 games, 7 games where he looks awesome next season, and he has MVP type numbers and MVP type games. But I want to see it for a full season. Like, that's what makes an MVP, is someone who's doing it consistently throughout the entire season. And I just don't think we get that from Jordan Love. That's where he kind of goes by the wayside for me, is that it's not all season long. It's through spurts. Like, it feels like he's almost a momentum quarterback, where when they're playing really well, he'll go on a stretch of 3-4 games where he's balling out. And then all of a sudden something happens and he has a down game, and those kind of, compound. So I'm with Antoine the Mailman in Tacoma, Washington, that Packers, Jordan Love, not MVP.
I don't know, Kate. Do you think they looked explosive when Jordan Love hung 360 passing yards and they put up 35 points against the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday Night Football in Week 8? Do you think they looked explosive when they put up 31 points against the Lions on Thanksgiving? Or when they put up 28 on your Bears in Week 14, or when they put up 21 points in the first half against the Bears in the playoffs? To say this offense is predictable or inconsistent is one thing. To say that they're not explosive, I mean, come on. That's a crime.
Well, Monty makes a point in our chat. Total points doesn't always equal explosiveness, does it?
No.
And then Brandon's point, which reiterates mine, is 4 of 18 games, 4 of 17 games. I need 17. I need 17 games like that, Pat. I need 15, 14 games like that, not just 4. Because you also had those games against Philly where you had 1 touchdown. You had 13 points against Carolina. You had 10 against Cleveland, the Cleveland Browns, and you lost that one. So those, I mean, yeah, you put up 40 in that overtime back and forth thriller against Dallas. Like, that was explosive, that game. Like, that was an awesome game to watch.
The Cowboys defense is a pathetic joke.
Yeah.
So I didn't even want to take. I didn't even take the low-hanging fruit. I tried to, say when they did it against some respectable defenses.
That's smart of you.
All right. We got more texts to get to, a bunch of more texts. So don't worry. If you text it in, we will get to it next segment, 310-840-4910. We'll take more of your phone calls, and we'll finish off our NFC East breakdown because we got to talk a little bit about the Eagles, a little bit more about the Cowboys, and what the heck are we going to get from the Commanders this year? If you're excited about them, you got to convince me. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available, Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, like that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Like me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. Like, we wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Like, we would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever? I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece to this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before, Tyler. What did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop after signing the big money deal. They would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows them to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. We're going to get 2 more of your phone calls here in just a minute at 310-840-4910. But we got a bunch of more text messages to get to. 310-840-4910. Kate, how about this one? And no, I didn't. This is not my mom who texted this in. It's actually, we have a name. Cartwright in Brillion. Where the hell is Brillion? Anybody? Kate, if you guess which state Brillion is in.
I would guess it's like Connecticut or something, like New Hampshire, something out east. It sounds like.
It's actually not that far from you. It's in Wisconsin.
Really? Okay, I didn't know
Brillion,
that.
Wisconsin. The population was just over 3,200 people as of 2020.
Wow.
So how about that? From a little old city in Brillion, Wisconsin, Cartwright texts in, "Hey, Pat, you are my dream man." All right.
Pat? Okay, here we go.
I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm taking Cartwright, but I appreciate it. Maybe in another lifetime.
That's the whole text?
That's it.
Okay.
That was it. I honestly, I wish there was more. I wish there was a follow-up. I wish there was...
It continues.
Oh, it does continue.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a separate text.
It continues. It's also a little strange, but yeah, continue on, Pat.
So Cartwright, who says I'm their dream man, says, "Pat, remember that guy who always said he loved you when you worked overnights? Dan, Mr. Positive or something. Does he still call your show? That guy, I'm not sure that anyone is more mentally ill." Yeah. So yeah, that was, yeah. When I was doing my first show last year, Kate, the overnights, things get kooky. Things get kooky.
I would imagine.
There was a person, Mr. Positive, something like that would always tweet at me in all caps. It was elite level trolling, if I had to guess. But they would always say they loved me, and then we just always have some really strange things in there. So that's a good recall by Cartwright and Brilliant. And I'm not sure if they were taking a page out of that other person's book, or if I really am their dream man. But either way, Cartwright, we appreciate you checking in. Let's move on.
Let's move on, Pat. There we go.
Okay. All right, good.
Yeah.
So we've got a 404 number, and I don't think, let's see, 404 area code is Atlanta. I don't think this is Johnny from Atlanta, but the text reads, "Johnny from Atlanta says Pat is glazing Jackson Dart. He's a decent quarterback, but they're not winning 10 games." So I don't know if that's Johnny from Atlanta just talking in the third person, or if that's just another person from Atlanta that is mentioning Johnny from Atlanta. Either way, I'm not glazing Jackson Dart. I mean, the talent is there. The talent is there. The ability to use his legs. Again, he's got to learn how to slide. He's got to stop taking hits that are unnecessary for sure. But for a guy that had so little around him last year, Malik Neighbors went down in the first 4 weeks of the season. Cam Scatterby went down midway through the season. I mean, his top receivers are Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton, and Jackson Dart put up the numbers that he put up. No, I'm not glazing Jackson Dart. He's a hell of a quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think what you said or the hopefulness you have in your Giants this year is glazing Jackson Dart. I think there is a lot to like about Jackson Dart. And I think he's going to be a good quarterback in this league. He needs to show us a little bit more, but I don't necessarily think you've been glazing him. I think that's a little aggressive.
Okay, good. Thank you. Combs says in our show chat, "Pat, I didn't know you had an aunt in Wisconsin." I do not. It's Cartwright and Brilliant. All right, we do have a phone call here, 310-840-4910. Jake is in Knoxville next up on BetMGM tonight. Jake, what's going on, man?
How's it going, man? How we feeling tonight?
Feeling good. Feeling good, other than the fact that I was on a tornado watch, and we're in my neck of the woods in Philadelphia. I think that watch is over. I mean, it's not raining. It looks okay outside, so I'm doing great. And I know Kate's not dealing with any adverse weather, so we're good, man. How is it in Knoxville?
Awesome. Oh, it's great. A little bit of rain and a lot of humidity. But I've got a quick question for you. So right now, would you trade the Giants coaching staff for the Baltimore Ravens coaching staff right now?
Probably not. Probably not. And Jake, that's a great
I
call,
was just
and we
thinking
appreciate the
with,
call here. We're up against the
uh-huh.
the break here in another minute or so. Jesse Minter looks like he could be a great head coach, and there's nothing but incredible things said about him. And I know that as his time as the defensive coordinator for Jim Harbaugh, both with the Chargers and with Michigan, he seems like a defensive whiz. But I think for where the Giants are at right now, I want the experienced head coach that has a young group ahead of him and is going to use his experience to get the most out of him. That's why I'd rather still have John Harbaugh, where Jesse Minter could be a Hall of Fame head coach. And maybe ask me this in a year from now, I might have a different answer. But right now, Kate, I think I would rather take John Harbaugh and the Giants coaching staff than Jesse Minter and the Ravens.
I would too, just because of the veteranness that you get from John Harbaugh and him kind of knowing how to operate within this league. But on the flip side, like, you don't really know quite yet what Jesse Minter is going to be like. Does he turn out to be an unbelievable head coach in this league long term? Like, I don't know. That's kind of enticing. So
it's the same thing with the play calling. I mean, they're going Declan Doyle as the Ravens' new offense coordinator. He's 29 years old. You know, the Giants offense coordinator is Matt Nagy. It's experience versus the absolute opposite. All right, the list next up on BetMGM tonight.
Dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind. But I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it, because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league minute? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
He shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable filling in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 4 of this Tuesday night show kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line. We've had a ton of text messages coming in tonight. Various football topics. People telling me I'm their dream man. We're down to get weird here. We've had some great phone calls as well. You want to join the show? It's 310-840-4910. We will get you some baseball scoreboard updates here in just a bit, because I don't think we've even gotten to any scores, and we got some really great games going on right now on a busy Tuesday night. So we will get you a scoreboard update in just a bit. But Kate, I will be off the rest of this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, going down to the Jersey Shore, a little beach time. I'll be back for a full slate of shows next week, but we normally do this segment on Fridays. You've been a part of this segment, correct? If I'm not mistaken, Kate,
Yes, I have.
been a part of what we're about to do here?
Not successfully, but I have been, Pat.
Okay. Well, there's a first time for everything, and you could be a winner for the first time tonight. It's a Tuesday night edition of The List.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All righty, a little Tuesday night trivia. We get producer Brandon Combs involved. We get video producer Michael Montgomery, Monty, involved. He's the creator of The List each and every week, and it is trivia, every man and woman for themselves. Monty gives us a topic. We've got to rattle off as many answers, whether it's players, teams, coaches, as possible. And when you get it wrong, you're out. Last one standing wins. So, Monty, without further ado, on a Tuesday night edition of The List, what is the list.
Yeah, we're gonna stick with the football theme we've got going on here. We're gonna go to the gridiron. However,
now you're talking.
We're gonna go to college. Okay.
Ooh, really talking.
Mixing it up a little bit. I was throwing a few different things around. What I settled on was the teams that have been a 1 through 4 seed, so top 4 seeds in college football playoff history. Because we had the expansion the last couple years, so there's been 19 schools on the list. So 19 schools that have been a top 4 seed in the college football playoffs. How many of them can you name?
I like this. I like this a lot. I feel like this is one we're going to get to the very end of.
I do too.
All right, Kate.
You pretty much always get to the very end.
Yeah. Yes. One way. Yeah. Okay. Yes. This one we should complete. Kate, you're the guest. You're the co-host, guest of honor. You'll go first. Combs,
Yep.
I'll let you go second because I'm very confident that I'm going to beat you tonight, and I'll go third.
Whoa.
All right. Going first.
I like the confidence.
Top 4 seeds. College football playoff. I'll go Ohio State.
They are on the list, of course.
Woo!
Well, I will stay in the Big Ten. I will go with Michigan.
They are obviously also on the list. National champs a few years ago. Shout out Big Ten. SEC sucks.
Okay. Well, speaking of which, give me Roll Tide, Alabama. They have probably made more significant appearances than any other school, if I had to guess.
You are probably close to correct.
All right, back to you, Kate.
Yep. I'll go Notre Dame.
Wow.
They are on the list.
Taking my
Like
school.
Yep, took it from both of them. I like
That's
that.
where I
Kate.
was going.
Good job.
Texas.
They are on the list. Guys are cruising.
All right. Give me Dabo Sweeney and the Clemson Tigers.
Well, I did not think about that one.
Nailed it.
So we have Michigan, Texas, Alabama. LSU.
That is correct.
The other Tigers. Go Tigers.
Let's go with Oregon.
Shout out fake Big Ten. They are on the list.
Let's stay out in the Pacific Northwest and also shout out fake Big Ten. Let's go because we were talking about the Penix God earlier. Give me the Washington Huskies.
Yep. You guys are cruising.
Georgia.
They are on the list.
TCU.
Damn it.
That is a good one. I was wondering how long TCU would hang around. They are on the list.
All right, give me another powerhouse. Not another powerhouse because TCU is not a powerhouse, but give me a powerhouse. And let's go with the Sooners of Oklahoma.
Sort of a former powerhouse, I would say, but they are on the list.
All right, here is a college football powerhouse if I've ever heard of one. The Indiana Hoosiers. Last season. National champs.
I was getting concerned that nobody was going to get them.
I was trying to save them, just in case people forgot.
That's crazy.
I really did. Let's go with a little brother to Michigan. Let's go with Sparty, Michigan State.
Oh, no way.
They're on the list.
What? Michigan State has been a 1 through 4 seed in the college football playoff? When?
When it was only a 4-team format.
2015, maybe?
2015 when they beat Iowa. Shout out Hawks in the Big Ten championship game. Don't make me talk about it.
Brutal, Monty.
Michigan State?
Yes, Pat. You maybe were 12, but it happened.
I don't remember that at all. Now you're just forging lists here, Monty.
Roasted.
It was 10 years ago.
All right, how many do we still have left here? You got what,
5
6
teams remaining, I think.
5 schools. Okay. Oh boy. Come on, think by conference. By conference. Who haven't I said yet? I'm running out of. Oh. They got screwed a couple of years ago. ACC got screwed a couple of years ago, but they definitely did make one of the first iterations of the college football playoff. Give me the Florida State Seminoles.
Good job. 4 teams remaining on the list.
I'm trying to remember. I know this team was in the playoff. I'm trying to remember where they were. But I really, really, really want to say Boise State. Because didn't they get a bye? Maybe I should say Texas Tech instead.
No,
Boise State did? Yes.
Boise.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, Monty, you scared me.
Had to build the suspense a little.
We are going to go with one of the 2 small schools I know that are still in there. And shout out to our guy, Herm Edwards, Arizona State.
They are on the list.
Wow.
2 schools remaining.
That was the Fugazi seeding that they did 2 years ago. Yep, Arizona State and Boise State. And I honestly think I was out of teams. And then Kate, a little slip of the tongue there. Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer there, Kate. Let's go with Texas Tech.
I don't have a team now for the last one.
They are on the list. There is
So we have
one
2
school
teams left?
remaining. Only one. There's only 19, so they don't even up on the visual there.
And I know it. No pressure, Kate.
Miami was not a top 4 team last year. Is it Penn State?
It is not Penn State.
Damn it.
It is.
So, well, I guess you just win if you get it, because there will be no guess left for Pat.
Well, I know who it is too. So
do
screw
ya?
that.
Well, it's too bad. You let me go second. You screwed yourself.
How could I lose if I didn't ever get knocked out?
Because it's just the way that it goes. And it is
How
the
about
Cincinnati
you have to
Bearcats.
spell it? You got to spell it correctly. Don't put it up there, Ryan.
CINCINATTI.
No.
Start over.
Wrong.
I missed the beginning. Okay.
It's wrong.
You spell it, Pat.
It's 2
I just
N's
spelled
the
it.
second time and 2 T's.
You are also
not
wrong, so I think you both lose. So there's not 2 T's.
All right, let's see if I can spell Cincinnati. Cincinnati. CINCINNATI.
That is correct.
Wow.
Yes. You guys.
You already got knocked out, Kate.
I have the spelling level of an 8th grader. I got tested back in the day. You guys, you got to know how to spell Cincinnati.
I always get messed up on whether or not there's 2 N's or 2 T's. Always.
That was a
Who
good
was
one, Monty.
Cincinnati's head
I
coach?
enjoyed that one.
Who was Cincinnati's head coach when they went to the CFP?
That was what's his face, who then went to
Luke
Oregon.
Fickell?
It was Luke Fickell.
Was it?
Was it Fickell?
Yes.
I think
And then
so. I'm
Fickell
pretty
went to
sure.
Wisconsin?
Yep.
Is Fickell still at Wisconsin, or has he gotten fired by now?
He is still at Wisconsin.
Okay.
They were undefeated, and in the year they went. And then who did they lose to?
I do not recall.
Was it TCU? Or was that a different year?
No, I don't think so. They got beat by Alabama 27-6.
Yeah.
Desmond Ritter couldn't get it done.
Shocker.
Desmond Ritter.
All right.
So how many of these teams have won national championships? Indiana,
Ohio State,
Georgia, Michigan,
Alabama,
Texas. Although not in the college football playoff.
not during the era, yeah.
Bama,
LSU,
Clemson, and LSU. 7.
7.
You see how annoying. I knew all the answers. I got them all right. And I have to share it with Combs.
Just saying. It's your fault. You told me to go second. You would have had the win had you kept it normal and said, I'll go second. But you had to say, Combs, you can go second because I'm very confident that I'm going to beat you tonight. And so it's your fault that you lost.
Well, I didn't lose. I didn't get knocked out. I didn't give
You
a wrong
did.
answer. What are you talking about?
You did. You lost.
Let me ask you a question, Pat. Did you win?
Yes.
No.
I never gave a wrong answer. I cannot not win.
Yes, you can. Because you didn't get to finish the list. I did.
I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out. I know what you're doing, and I don't like it.
Maybe people should text and call and let us know if Pat is a winner or a loser. Because we don't know.
You can't be a loser if you don't give out a wrong answer. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I think Kate, how about this? We both lose. Kate wins because she spelled Cincinnati correctly. Does that make you feel better, you big baby?
No, because that doesn't make me feel good. I don't want to win because I lost. You know?
All right, so
Yeah,
Pat
you
just
did lose,
loses,
Kate.
and I win.
Thank you. Thank you for having honor.
Yeah.
So did you.
I did not lose because I never gave a wrong answer.
Kate, did Pat win or lose?
I mean, I don't think he did either.
Okay.
Because
How did I not win, Kate?
Well, I mean,
you have
I
co-winners.
win because I gave the most correct answer.
yeah, I think you can have co-winners in this.
I win because I gave the most correct answers.
I think
No,
that's
no, no.
fair.
And I also win because I didn't give a wrong answer. There's never been a tiebreaker to
What?
determine
I mean,
who wins the list.
I don't know, man. You kind of sound like a big
Most
baby
correct
right
answers. Most
big
correct answers
losing
seems
baby.
like a good tiebreaker.
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. And if then it should have been, there should have been a different question to determine it, and not because you only. By the way, you're supposed to have 20 teams. You're supposed to have 20 answers, Monty. You had 19. You screwed me.
No.
You did this on purpose.
No. There has never been a rule about how many teams I have to have. I come up with the list every week. I could do 5 if I want.
And we have never
true.
created a
It's
stipulation
fair.
where it says tiebreaker, the winner who gives the most correct answers. And we're not starting it right now on a whim.
We could.
Sorry, Pat. You lose. Take that to vacation, buddy.
Oh, I won. I'll take my W to vacation. Screw you.
Didn't win.
Okay.
310-840-4910. Need a break. Even when I win. Can't win. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update. A lot of juicy things developing here on this Tuesday night, including the Blue Jays free fall, looking like it is going to continue. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. VP Michael Montgomery. Producer and cheating scum Brandon Combs. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available. Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, like that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Like me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. Like, we wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Like, we would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever? I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece to this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before. Tyler, what did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop after signing the big money deal. They would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows them to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So he kind of, if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. I think that was CCR, right? Creedence Clearwater Revival, Susie Q. At first, I thought that was the song Dirty Water that they play after the Boston Red Sox win games, but I was like, there's no way that our guy Lee DeLapp in the Westwood One Studios is playing Dirty Water. Especially, I mean, I know the Red Sox have won 14 in a row. Their game got banged tonight against the O's, so they got a doubleheader tomorrow. They'll try to tie the franchise record for 15 straight wins, and then if they win game one of the doubleheader, they'll go for the franchise record 16 straight wins tomorrow. So it's a big day in Boston. I hope they lose both. Yeah. All right, so Lee says Dow Hawkins is that version. Now, Dow Hawkins. The version that he just played is Dow Hawkins' version of Susie Q. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Lee. All right, either way, welcome back to the show, 310-840-4910. Speaking of dirty water, and speaking of baseball, so again, Red Sox, they got banged tonight. Yankee and Pirate game got postponed, but still plenty of other really good baseball games to touch on. And Kate, we didn't touch on it before. We did briefly. But the Dodgers were underdogs for the second straight night. And I wonder if that's even happened at all yet this year, where the Dodgers have been the underdog in back-to-back games. Now, last night made sense. They were going up against Christopher Sanchez, and the Phillies ended up winning 10-7. Tonight, it was Zach Wheeler against Justin Robleski, who has been just as good. Almost just as good as Zach Wheeler, and the Dodgers were underdogs. They lead the Phillies 2-1 in the top of the sixth. For the second time in the last couple of days, Max Muncy with a huge, mammoth go-ahead home run. 421-foot bomb to straight dead away to dead center. Alec Boehm had an RBI single in the first, but the Dodgers lead the Phillies 2-1. And we didn't focus more on that before that game began. Dodgers underdogs for the second straight night. That can't have happened more than one other time this year, right?
No, absolutely not. And that's on us, Pat. We should have had that one nailed down because as we learned, like Dodgers as underdogs, you're right. It does not happen all that often. Certainly not two nights in a row. And here the Dodgers are right now up in this game. So yeah, that's on us for not taking that one.
Okay. And by the way, that pitcher's duel has been very good. We mentioned the two run producing plays, but Robleski 5 innings, 1 earned, 5 strikeouts. Wheeler 5 2/3, 2 earned, 7 strikeouts. Both guys still in the game. So there's a good old fashioned pitching duel. Kate, we did wonder whether or not the Blue Jays were going to have a complete and utter free fall towards the end of this season. And tonight it is certainly continuing to trend in that direction. The Tampa Bay Rays jumped out to an 8-0 lead in the 5th inning before the Blue Jays finally got on the board, but it's 8-2 Tampa Bay going to the 8th inning. Kevin Gausman lasted just 3 1/3 innings, gave up 9 hits and 4 earned runs. Your guy Chandler Simpson who you took in Let's Go Streaking, had a couple of knocks right away. And then you had a 3-run bomb. Here's another name that I probably 90% of people don't know. Nick Fortes. I think he's the Rays' backup catcher. He hit a 3-run bomb. So it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of who and when. And it feels like it's a different guy in that Rays lineup every single night. We know that it's Aranda and Diaz and Caminero that are the stars, but you ask yourself, the Rays, again, with a payroll that isn't very high and how they have the best record in the American League, this is how. And the Blue Jays, they just continue to be a disgrace, getting crushed again.
Pat, the only guy in the Rays lineup that doesn't have a hit is Taylor Walls right now. I mean, Williamson is 3, Simpson is 3. Everyone else has at least a hit. Caminero, we talked about him as someone who has hit well against Gausman. So yeah, it's just been another night at the ballpark for the Rays. And I guess you could say the same about the Blue Jays, just not in a positive way.
Yeah. The Padres, they are another team that's been hanging around in mediocrity despite having a huge payroll and plenty of star power. But it's a lineup that just cannot hit. Well, they're hitting tonight. They lead the Braves 6-3, and they just got a big strikeout of Austin Riley to end the inning as Atlanta's trying for a comeback. But Padres up 6-3. I was torching Walker Buehler. He actually pitched really well tonight. 5 2/3, gave up 2 earned. I did see the Braves had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 6th, and they couldn't come through. But it's Manny Machado's night. He's already got 2 homers, both of them solo shots. Jackson Merrill's got a home run. Tatis has an RBI double. So, it mystifies me how underwhelming the San Diego Padres have been. I feel like for the last, 5, 6, 7 years here, again, they had an owner that spent a ton of money. And then Peter Seidler, RIP, passed away a couple years ago. They still have a bunch of those massive contracts on the books. But for a Padres team that has spent so much money over the last couple of years, they made the NLCS back in 2022, missed the playoffs in 23, and they've gotten knocked out in the first round in each of the last 2 years. They look like they're closer to not being a playoff team than they are to being one. But Kate, how much confidence you got in the San Diego Padres that they're going to be in the playoffs come the end of the season? They're 49-51.
I have very little. And if they do make the playoffs, I have very little that they even get out of the wild card or the first round, wherever they land. Like, you're right. This is a Padres team that payroll wise and talent wise and on paper, everything always looks great with them. And it never pans out. Like they're like the little brother to the Dodgers that just kind of never decides to join the party. They're always kind of crying over in the corner. I don't know. The Padres it feels like they have so much potential every single year and they fall short of expectations every single year.
I knew their offense was bad. They're the worst offense in baseball. They are dead last in average in all of baseball, dead last in OPS, and third to last in runs scored. And ironically enough, the teams that are right around them, the Mariners, they're what? Are they in first place in the AL West right now? I feel like that division, the Mariners are in first place in the AL West despite having the 4th fewest runs in baseball this year. The Guardians have the 2nd fewest runs in all of baseball, and they're a half game back of the White Sox. And then the Blue Jays actually have scored the fewest runs in all of baseball, and we've actually talked about how pathetic they've been. But the Padres, 3rd worst offense in terms of runs scored, and yet they're only 2 games under 500. They're 2.5 games back of a wild card. They win tonight, they'll be 2 games back because their pitching is that damn good. But you mentioned, we mentioned the star power, the names. How can you have that bad of an offense when you have Fernando Tatis, Jackson Merrill, Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts, just to name a few? Well, it's because half those guys stink. Machado's barely hitting over the Mendoza line. Jackson Merrill's been very inconsistent and struck out a ton this year. But it is still very startling to me that much talent on paper can't score freaking runs.
Well, also, Pat, you need both of those things in the playoffs. You need pitching and you need offense. And the Padres, they have the pitching most years, but the offense just it has not been there. It doesn't kind of come along, or come around rather. Those names, you're right. You'd think they'd be able to hit a little bit more, score a few more runs, but it has been rough going in San Diego. We'll say Petco Park, great ballpark, great food there though. If you've never been, highly recommend.
And again, and they play in maybe the most pitcher friendly ballpark in all of baseball, but still, it is a great ballpark, and they do have great food. I went to San Diego for the first time a couple of summers ago, caught a Padres game, and I remember Tatis grounded out, and he's basically walking down the first baseline, and I like screamed at the top of my lungs, and I was like, "Yeah, nothing without the steroids, are you?" And a bunch of people were like gasped that I would say such a thing, and I was like, "You guys root for this guy? This cheater? Come on, he's cost you more games than anybody else over the last 3 years." But apparently, I don't know. Maybe just people in San Diego were nice, and I just decided to scream, and they didn't. That took them by surprise. I don't know. Anyway, let's get you a couple more scores here. The Mets blanking the Brewers 3-0. Zach Thornton continues to be a revelation, one of the only bright spots on this Mets team this year. 5 shutout. And the former Met top prospect, the Sproat goat, Brandon Sproat, he gave up 2 runs across 4 2/3. It was a Jared Young home run and then a Carson Bench 2-run single. So one of the rare times the Brewers losing at home against the Mets. And then let's see, Rangers. We talked about the White Sox a ton earlier this show, how great they've been. The Rangers, not only is Kumar Rocker shutting them out, he's only given up 1 hit through 5 innings. And it's their heart of the order. Nimmo, 2-run home run. Berger, RBI double. Osuna, RBI single. And a Lopez, RBI single. Rangers lead the White Sox 5-0. And then finally, Kate, your Cubbies looking pretty good in Wrigleyville. Why don't you let us know what's going on with the Cubbies?
All right, let's take a little peek here. Well, Pete Carl Armstrong's continuing to do what he does. He's got 2 hits. Who else do we have here? Carson Kelly, Michael Busch. Didn't Combs have Nico Horner as his going streaking?
Nico Horner got a hit for Combs.
Yep, Haps got a hit. So the bats are working today. And then Peterson on the mound, David Peterson. Nothing like, I don't think, I haven't been watching this game, but like he's 4 2/3 inning, only giving up 2 hits. So strikeout wise, nothing crazy, only 2 strikeouts, but he's not making any mistakes. So pretty good afternoon overall for the Cubbies. Pretty good evening, rather.
That's what you brought David Peterson in to do, right? To be the Cy Young candidate that he has been. No, I'm kidding. The fact that he hasn't given up a run, I think this is probably the best start of the year for David Peterson, both across his time with the Mets and the Cubs. But, I feel like we counted out the Cubbies a couple of different times this year. They went on the 2 10-game winning streaks, and then they went on, a 12-game losing streak. Everybody in that rotation has been injured, and yet they are on the verge of going 13 games above 500. It's a shame that they're in the same division as the Brewers because they would be they wouldn't be in first place in the NL East, but they are absolutely looking like a playoff team. Kate, I know Combs doesn't have a lot of confidence in Jed Hoyer to make some aggressive moves at the deadline. How confident are you in Jed Hoyer making a all-in type of trade at the deadline here in the next 2 weeks?
I'm with Combs. I'm not confident at all. Because there's been times in the past where he should have made major moves at the deadline, and the Cubs have had even better teams, and it just doesn't happen. So I don't think it's going to. And we've kind of counted them out of the playoffs, the season, different points in the year, but kind of for good reason. Like, you lose 12 games in a row and something is wrong. Like, that is a problem. I'm okay if you want to count a team out that's lost 12 straight games. They're kind of an up and down team. They go on these streaks of winning and losing and winning, and right now they're playing well. And their offense has been playing well, but if that kind of falls off for a couple games, it kind of snowballs for them. So I don't know. The Cubs every single year, and maybe it's just being in Chicago and like hearing the local radio and everyone talking about it, but everyone always wants the Cubs to make a big move at the deadline, altering move, and it just never really seems to happen.
Speaking of which, I was just smack talking Fernando Tatis. I think he just hit a ball 500 feet. 474 feet. I'm not sure how it stayed in the stadium. That was one of the furthest hit balls I've ever seen. So there you go. Anyway, his ears must have been tingling. He finally did something. He's having a pretty good year. Remember he didn't hit his first home run of the year, though, until like a month ago?
Really?
Yes. Yeah, Fernando Tatis has 7 home runs on the season. I can actually probably go back and find the exact date he hit his first home run, because he's been hitting a couple here recently. So let's see. He didn't have a home run in March. He didn't have a home run in April. He hit his first home run of the season on May 30th.
Wow.
That's 2
surprising.
months into the season.
That's a long time. He should have that should have happened long before that.
Yeah. I mean, he just hit one again. That could count for 2 home runs. All right, 310-840-4910. We have got some phone calls that we will get to when we return. And plus, we will break down why Michigan AD Ward Manuel is finally stepping down. Something that feels like it's been coming for a while. What it means for the school, what it means for the NCAA. We'll talk about that when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like, I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal, because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind. But I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it, because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call. You can text, 310-840-4910. We will get to the news today or yesterday that Ward Manuel, the Michigan athletic director for over a decade, is finally stepping down, and why there was so much resistance, but why it ultimately had to happen. We'll talk about that in just a bit, but we've got some phone calls to get to here. Let's get to our guy Todd in Tampa next up on BetMGM tonight, because we've been talking a lot of football. We are itching for the NFL season to begin. Talked a lot about the NFC South. Todd's next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Todd?
Pat, let's get down to business. Let's talk business here. Let me go around the horn. Everybody can keep up in 60 seconds. Let me say something first of all. My Tampa Bay Rays, you're rocking. You're as good as anybody. I predicted Rays and Dodgers in the World Series. Let's make a move for a great pitcher here before the break. That's all we need. Let me say this. And Taylor Wall is the best defensive shortstop in the game, by the way, if you look up the numbers. And so, tremendous job by my team. Let's keep rocking. Let me say this about FIFA. Let me tell FIFA something. That was a disgrace. Well, I played soccer in college, started as a freshman, right wing. That was a joke. I'm talking about the USA team was a joke, too. That goalie was terrible. Tim Howard, you should be picking our goalie every year, okay? Let me say this. That was a joke. And then for a guy to get kicked off the field and not get replaced. I knew that was going to happen. I knew y'all idiots wanted Spain to win. But you kick them off the field, but don't make them play without another player. Even targeting is a travesty. In football, we're trying to take your head off, okay? In the NFL, as a pro baller, Warren Sapp said, we're trying to hurt you out there, boy. We're trying to hurt you out there, okay? That's the bottom line. We're trying to send you to the sideline so you ain't getting back in the game, okay? If you're going to kick a guy off the field then put another guy on the team. We don't want to see Messi go down and say in the championship game to 11 to 10.
Let me jump in real quick. Todd, let me jump in real quick. So you don't like the rule of soccer that if somebody gets a red card, you have to play with 10 men? You think that person should be able to get substituted? Just treat it like an ejection, much like in the NBA or any other sport?
Exactly, and you shouldn't go from no card. You should go automatically to a yellow, and then. But we came to see the greatest players in the world. Your country is sending your 11 best and putting them on the field. I don't want to see some idiot referee blow whistle and kick a guy off the field, and he had a no card at all. And then you go and not only do you not give him a yellow, you give him a red and get off the field. And it's that you stole the championship from Messi because that game was going to overtime. Okay, and then Argentina would have won on penalty kicks. That's what would have happened. So it's a total disgrace. And then except for the United
hold on.
States.
Can I jump in here, Todd? Can I jump in here, Pat?
There. Get after Todd, Kate.
Todd, are we watching the same game? Because Spain dominated Argentina in that game. Like, yeah, it was 0-0, but Argentina couldn't do anything.
You're exactly right. They dominate, but Argentina did what they had to do, which was, you know what it was? It was get it to overtime and get it to the penalty kicks where Messi and they could have won. They were outclassed. There's no doubt about it. Possession, all the stats which are for losers. That's what that was. But to kick a guy off the field in the championship game, even targeting, the NFL doesn't say, okay, the safety Ronnie Lott, you're out of the game, and now you got to play with 10, and then other team plays with 11.
It's a joke. It's been the rules of the sport for the entirety of its existence. I mean, it's like hockey is not entirely dissimilar. Now, again, it's temporary when a team goes on a power play, but if a guy commits a penalty in hockey, he's off the ice. They have to play down a man for 2 minutes or sometimes 5 minutes if it's a major penalty. Do you want hockey to change the rules? That's always been the rules of soccer. And
sport. This is the only sport where they kick a guy off the field and it's 11 versus 10. In the NBA, you get thrown out of the game. They still let you put a guy in. NFL, you put a guy in. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. That's why the FIFA is corrupt. The federal idiots of football. Anyways, let me say this about my Buccaneers. And Pat, I'm happy for your Giants because you're in the NFC East over there. I don't see it. I don't see Justin Herbert winning the Super Bowl, and I don't see him doing anything. It's hard. Now, Sam Darnold proved me wrong. Sam Darnold is the one quarterback who shut everybody up and took the team and won the big game and got it done. My Buccaneers, we got to pay Baker unless we get Tom Brady out of retirement at 50 years old and pay him $50 million. We got to pay Baker, and I'm expecting my Buccaneers to play the Rams in the NFC Championship game. Go ahead, peace.
All right, Todd. He was going to go around the horn in 60 seconds, but I mean, I know we had to jump in on him, Kate. We had to jump in on Todd because he made some blasphemous statements. I mean, look, if we could rewrite the rules of soccer, should we change it so that getting a red card doesn't get you down to 10 men? I mean, I don't know, but like that's been the rules forever. Blame Enzo Fernandez. He's the one that committed a stupid foul and got a second yellow. Blame him. He wants to blame FIFA for what was like the most obvious second yellow that turns into a red ever. And yeah, they stole it from Messi. Come on, they did everything they could to gift Messi a chance to win another title.
I mean, the rules are the rules, Pat. And if you don't kick someone out of the game, if you get too yelled, like, then what? You give him a penalty kick, or you give him, like, you set him up in some other way. Either way, there has to be some repercussion for it. So, like, does he want the opponent to play with 10 men, or do you want a free type of kick? Do you want a free goal? Like, I don't know. What do you want? There has to be something. You get 5 fouls in an NBA game, and then you're out. You know, there's pass interference and foot. Like, there's rules. That's just how sports are. There's rules. It's okay if you don't like the rules, but rules are the rules.
They are. Rules are the rules. I do agree with Todd, though. The Buccaneers should pay Baker Mayfield. I'm stunned that they are coming up on the final couple of days before training camp, and he still doesn't have a contract extension. And now it's whether or not the Buccaneers are going to call Baker on his bluff, because if he said that if he gets to training camp and he doesn't have a new contract, he ain't negotiating. So I'm very intrigued. That's got to be one of the top storylines going into training camp, is whether or not Baker Mayfield is actually going to play this final year if he doesn't get a contract extension by the time training camp starts, or if he's lying and he'd be willing to negotiate if he doesn't have one. They're down to a couple of days here. So I do agree. I think you have to pay Baker Mayfield. He's been one of the best quarterbacks in football over the last 3 years. And I agree, and I believe him that he played through numerous injuries throughout the season last year, because for the first 6 games of the year, he was the MVP. He was the MVP of the NFL in the first 6 weeks. Again, I know that was only the first third of the season, but still. So that was the one thing I did agree that Todd said. Kate, I was cracking up at your comment in our show chat. You said Todd did oregano. That was funny. We like Todd. we love Todd. I mean, he meets the passion of this show, which is very, very hard to do.
Is Todd
let's get a couple of
regular caller?
Todd is a regular. Yes.
Okay.
He used to call my overnight show a lot as well.
Todd covers a lot of topics in a short amount of time. You got to love that about it.
He does. I mean, he was perfect for when I was doing the overnight, because it was like 4:00 in the morning, and here he comes blasting in, like he's running through a brick wall, and I loved it. I was like, if I ever, and again, you know me, I do a show that's definitely got a lot of energy and passion in it. But even then, sometimes it's like 4:15 in the morning local time, and if it's a slow sports night, all of a sudden Todd he would wake me up. So he was a natural stimulant. We love that about Todd for sure. All right, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. We have a couple of more texts to get to, so we will do that when we start the final hour of the show coming up here in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We've got Hot or Cold coming with producer Brandon Combs. We'll see what we can argue about tonight. And also, Aaron Rodgers did something I never thought he would do in his life. We'll tell you what that is in the final hour, plus a lot of scoreboard updates as well. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available. Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, like that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Like me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. We wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Like we would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever? I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece to this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before. Tyler, what did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop after signing the big money deal. They would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows him to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable's in for Brad Evans again, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night get-together kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines is how we roll for the final hour of the show. And so the talk and text line to join the program is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. If you're just joining us, been a great show so far. Talked in depth about the two teams that are fully reporting for training camp tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals and what they're going to do with Jacoby Brissett potentially holding out or holding in for a contract extension. How early is too early to throw Carson Beck under center? And then the Carolina Panthers. Are they getting disrespected again? Is Bryce Young going to take another big step forward? And should the Panthers pay Bryce Young this summer? Or potentially be forced to pay him at least $50 million next summer? We broke down the NFC East as well. Talked a lot about the Giants. Talked a lot about the baseball slate tonight. We went streaking. We'll get you an update on Let's Go Streaking in just a bit. But we've been taking a lot of your calls and your texts as well. 310-840-4910. But it is the final hour. Actually, before we get to hot or cold, Combs wants us to hit on some text messages. So, Kate, how about we do that here? We did talk a lot about my love for Jordan Love and the Packers and how I think he's going to win MVP. And so we've had some texts and calls throughout the night on that. We've got Dawson from Manitowoc, I'm guessing is how you pronounce that city or that town. Dawson from Manitowoc texts in, back to the Packers explosiveness thing. They were, wow. And you know what, Kate, this is something I've said to you guys in one of the breaks. Thank you, Dawson. Thank you. Talking about how if the Packers offense is explosive or not. They were ranked number 4 last year in explosive play rate and that was with a banged-up Josh Jacobs and Tucker Kraft being out for half the year. Sick of the Jordan Love hate. Thank you.
How many playoff wins did that get them?
Manitowoc. What'd you say,
How many
Combs?
playoff wins did that get them? How many playoff wins did that get them? Just wondering. Asking for a friend.
Well, I mean, it had them up by 2 scores in the fourth quarter before the defense blew it. So, I mean, that's kind of really tough to blame the Packers offense for that.
How many points they score in the second half, Pat?
6.
So explosive. Yeah, so explosive. Extremely explosive.
You guys, I'm so sick of you Bears fans. You guys were dead and buried. And Matt LaFleur collapsed, and the defense collapsed down the stretch with a torn ACL from Micah Parsons, a torn ACL to Tucker Kraft. And, it took a miracle to beat them. He never should have been showing that stupid guy grating the cheese with his shirt off. What an idiot. So, you're lucky. You get your laughs in and you get your kicks in, but I just want you to know, Combs, you and all the Bears fans, how much of a fluke miracle win that really was.
4th in explosive play rate, 17th in points scored, 16th in passing offensive rate, and 17th in rushing rate. So they spare me with the 4th in explosive plays. Sorry.
They were 4th in explosive play rate.
Game, Jordan Love. Win a playoff game.
He did. He won one a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
He's got the same.
Good
no matter
story.
how much you and Kate try to rewrite history, he's got the same amount of playoff wins as Caleb Williams.
How many has he had since then? Same amount as MVPs as he's going to have. 0.
Okay. All right. And I don't even use the easy excuses that are there for me to make. I don't mention that Tucker Kraft, who was, again, like one of the top 3 tight ends in football last year, tore his ACL and missed half the season. That's easy, low-hanging fruit for me to go to, and I don't grab it. So just realize how wrong you're going to be now that he's back and healthy.
I'll give it a little credit there. I didn't realize the Packers were 4th in explosive play, right? That's how though. Like how?
However we
I wanna know-
measure, I would assume an explosive play has got to be a play of at least 20 yards, right? That's probably
No,
one of
I
the
know
defining
that. I'm
parameters.
just saying I don't like really really. I'm just surprised, Pat. I'm surprised.
I mean, so an explosive play, generally defined as an offensive play from scrimmage that gains 20 yards or more through the air, or 10 to 12 yards or more on the ground. I mean, they had a bunch of big plays with Jordan Love's arm, but it's I feel like that. I guess we could try to find out.
Explosive rush rate. Let's see.
Let's see.
Because that could be the difference maker here.
Let me see if I could find that. That might be tough to find, but I do see here GreenBayPackers.com themselves. Jordan Love has ranked near the top of the league in deep throw rate and yards per attempt over the past 3 seasons. The Cheesehead TV has a stat in one of their articles. Packers passing game explosive play rate is frequently a top 3 metric across the league, making it the primary catalyst for massive scoring drives. And Yahoo Sports has an article. While the Packers register fewer total breakaway explosive runs than passes, running back Josh Jacobs brings steady physicality and breakaway speed. So,
okay.
And then there's several, and then there's like several related articles. Why do the Packers love running the ball so much? Why do the Packers not throw the ball more? Thank you. Direct these questions to Matt LaFleur, please. Please direct these questions to Matt LaFleur. I don't care if the entire book of what the Packers offense is, I don't care if the book is out on them by week 10. I just want to see Matt LaFleur just let it rip, man. Like, just use everything. I feel like so often he tries to hide his best plays for like if they really ever need them, and he doesn't show, like, just open up the freaking playbook, man. My God. And Lee, our guy Lee, who I know is a Packers fan. So Lee is now bringing more statistical evidence and facts to the table. Lee puts in our show chat, Jordan Love has emerged as one of the most efficient passers in the NFL, known for leading the league in playoff EPA per dropback and also fourth quarter EPA, which is expected points added. And throughout his career, he has posted a 92.7 passer rating on third down. Oh, baby. See, the truth is coming to light.
Is LaFleur the issue then? Is LaFleur the issue?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he is. I think Matt LaFleur is the issue. And for the last couple of, I feel like I turned on Matt LaFleur. I wouldn't say it was necessarily on him when they lost to the Eagles. They had a great regular season that year. It was probably that loss to the Carolina Panthers, where they just played it not to lose. They played it conservatively. You could see it happening a mile away. They're trying to run the ball. They played it super. I remember I watched so much of that game. And that was when I feel like Matt LaFleur really came under scrutiny. And I feel like people were like, Matt LaFleur is on the hot seat after this. And I still feel like he is on the hot seat. Now, he signed a big contract extension in the offseason. But, yeah, I feel like now, over the last year plus, he has actually held them back. Whereas when he took over and it was him and Rodgers for the first two seasons and they went to back-to-back NFC title games, I think Matt LaFleur looked like a great head coach. And now I feel like now that I look back on that, history has told us that was probably Aaron Rodgers getting them to the NFC title games. And it was more so on Matt LaFleur that they couldn't get back to his Super Bowl than anything else. So, yeah, I think it's Matt LaFleur has been holding them back.
Huh. I don't disagree with that. I certainly think that he's had his mistakes in big-time games. But this is what we like about sports, though, this debate, because Coleman puts in the chat a fourth quarter passer rating of 89, which is not a good passer rating at all. So, we could all find reasons to poke holes in any quarterback in terms of their efficiency, their EPA, their explosiveness, because it can't be perfect the entire game. Passer rating on third down, fourth quarter passer rating. Those are two different stories that are being told.
Look, just all I know is Kate. I hope you do, and you haven't been leading the no, I mean you've been you're a nice a nice person.
I've been leading it.
You're a nice person. You're pretty subtle, but you're definitely at the front of the line of the anti-Jordan Love.
Yeah.
The anti-Jordan Love club. You're a Bears fan.
Yeah.
You can't hide from it.
No, I have to actively hate Jordan.
So yeah, just know I'm gonna be coming for you. I'm gonna be looking for you in January, Kate.
All right, deal. We'll see you on the
I know
field.
I don't have to look far for Combs and Monty, because I'll be able to talk to them and see him every single night. And I hope, and I love working with you, and I really hope, actually speaking, I hope that you do fill in a ton more. But whether you do or whether you don't, I'm gonna be looking for you in January when Jordan Love is leading the Packers to a deep run in the playoffs, and he's got an MVP trophy with his name on it.
That's fine. I hope we can have some good discourse around that when Caleb Williams and the Bears are in the NFC Championship game. Send the Packers home. Send the Packers back.
Let's get back to your text here. 310-840-4910. This is a long one, but let's rip through it here. This is from, let's see, do we have a name on this, or is just an 843 number? Yeah, it looks like it's a South Carolina area code, but I don't think we have a name. So either way, here it is. Hey, love the show. Listen every day going to work. I'm a huge Cowboys fan. And Pat, I can't help but notice anytime you can bring up a dig against the Cowboys, you take that opportunity. Even as small as it may be, you do it. I'm in my middle 40s and I live in South Carolina, so my allegiance to the Cowboys has long been since I was pretty much born. My whole house is Cowboys fans, but I'm curious, why do you cherry pick the teams you like? Why not all New York teams? You're a Yankees fan, Knicks fan, but then an Eagles fan. So confusing, especially given the fact that you hate the Sixers so much. Did I give off the impression that I'm an Eagles fan, or that I just picked them to win the division this year? Because
I mean, we really talked Eagles today. We talked all the other teams in the division.
Let me make this clear. Yes, I do live in Philadelphia. I live with my girlfriend here in Philly. I hate the Eagles, and I hate Philadelphia sports fans. But that being said, I try to be as unbiased as possible. I am a Giants fan, but I try to be as unbiased as possible. And I feel like the Eagles are going to win the NFC East this year. And I feel like any other time I've been talking about them in the last couple of weeks is that I think that Saquon's going to have a big bounce back season. I think their OC from last year, Kevin Patullo, was a moron and was the reason why their offense was so mid. And I feel like they have one of the best rosters in football. Which it pains me to say that, but that's what I think the reality is, Kate. Combs says I could have swore you were a Packers fan. No, I just love Jordan Love. I don't know.
Yeah, how did that start? Your love for Jordan Love, like
I don't think
a good quarterback.
I don't think I ever had my nips blown off more in my life than when he hung 40 on the Cowboys defense in that playoff game. Like, I felt like I was watching the second coming of Dan Marino in that game.
Okay.
That's how, and again, and I get it. Cowboys defense has not been their calling card for the last couple of years. Let's not forget, they were undefeated at home that year. And while their defense, I mean, it definitely was not as bad as it's been the last 2 years. They were like middle of the pack. But I'm pretty sure that was the year that Trayvon Diggs had the 7 interceptions. It was not the year Deron Bland had all the pick sixes, because this is going back like 3-4 years ago. And so it was the year that Trayvon Diggs had all the interceptions, and they were undefeated at home, and they were the number 2 seed. And Jordan Love went in there in his first playoff game and absolutely lit them up. And since then, you watch certain games and you see a player's potential, and they might not always consistently get there. And I'll be the first to admit, as much as I love Jordan Love just as a football fan, he has not been consistently as great, as elite as I thought he would be. But I think the potential he has is that of being the best quarterback in the league. And I think he is a top 5 quarterback. So I think it started with that game, Kate. And as much as I am a Giants fan, I just as a football fan, I have grown to really be a fan of Jordan Love. And I wasn't a big fan of him when they like, I thought it was stupid when the Packers drafted him, because you had Aaron Rodgers coming off of, it was a year removed from his second straight MVP. I thought it was a dumb decision at the time, but then he got his chance and Rodgers left to go to the Jets. And I feel like Jordan Love did everything right. I feel like he's very likable, and I love him as a quarterback.
Right. That's fair. That's fair. How many times has he blown your nips off since that game?
A couple. A good amount.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
The first half of that Bears game.
Yeah, that's
the first half of the. When Matt LaFleur was like, "Screw it, we're just going to come out, we're going to throw all over the Bears." And then in the second half, Matt LaFleur was like, "Oh my God, I have to retreat into my shell. Let's run the football as many times as we possibly can."
Yeah, I will agree with you that Matt LaFleur lost that game. That wasn't on Jordan Love.
Thank you. I mean, it's tough to lose the game when you throw for like 300 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah. Yeah. Should have been more explosive in the second half.
Yeah. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a quick break now. And when we come back, we will do a full slate of hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to more of your texts. And we'll get you a scoreboard update as well on a busy Tuesday night in Major League Baseball. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like, I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind. But I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. She's Kate Constable. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's get an update on Let's Go Streaking. Tonight, I am the lone clown that keeps us from going 5 for 5. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Drake Baldwin, 3 walks. 0 for 2 with
That's
3
rough.
walks.
That's really
Sets me back to 0. Combs, his guy Nico Horner came through with a hit right away. He's up to 2 in a row. James Wood came through for Monty. He's up to 2 in a row. Lee got a hit with Hunter Goodman. His now starting a new streak. And Kate, you got immediately a hit from Chandler Simpson. You're up to 2 in a row. 4 out of 5. I'm sorry that I let you guys down. You hate to see it.
You know what? I mean, that's just brutal because he's getting on base. He's just not getting hits. Like, to be walked 3 times, that's
3 times.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Unreal. All right. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Let's do a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on?
Oh, just watching the Cubs do Cubs things, which is be bipolar. Last night couldn't pull off a win. When they had the bases loaded in the 9th inning, winning run on second with nobody out, couldn't pull off a win. And then today come out and just absolutely annihilate Framber Valdez. I was trying to think of his name. Framber Valdez, just annihilate him. And now they're up 11-0 with Zach McKinstry pitching against them in the 7th inning. So, yeah, it's life as a Cubs fan. But you guys ready for some hot or cold?
We are. I mean, look, the Cubs are 13 games over 500, and I feel like you are in a constant state of waiting for the other shoe to drop. But, I mean, did you ever think after they lost 10 in a row that they would then get back over 13 games over 500?
But yeah, they lost 10 in a row, but they also have 2 10-game winning streaks. So, I mean, it's like I said, the most bipolar team in the league. Like, this is a team
that's fair.
that you just can't figure them out.
That's fair. I feel like you are always like waiting, like I said, for that other shoe to drop. Like you I don't know. I feel like you're not that confident in their season-long prospects. Maybe it's just you're not that confident in Jed Hoyer.
I'm not. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. That guy should have been fired 2 years ago. Instead, they gave him a 5-year extension. Unreal. All right. Hot or cold? Let's start here. Le'Veon Bell getting arrested for failure to pay child support. Should be front page news. Kate, hot or cold?
I don't know about, I'm going to say cold. I don't know about front page. I mean, he should certainly be paying his child support. And if he's not, I certainly think the law should be stepping in, as it sounds like it is. But I don't know. I don't know about front page news. Like, is it front page just because he's a former athlete and has plenty of money to be paying child support? Like, then you're just kind of a scumbag if you're not doing that. So that's more of what I think that is than necessarily needing to be on the front page of the New York Times.
I think it's. I'm going to go hot. I think it should be. I think it should be front page news. This is a guy that made over $45 million in career NFL earnings, and he was arrested for allegedly not paying $50,000 in child support. I think his legal team has already put forward a defense that he used his entire $50,000 NFL pension earlier this year to pay toward the obligation, but that they're aiming to get the payments legally adjusted to reflect his current income. Either way, I mean, I don't care. I don't care what that's legally what you have to do. Whether it's $50,000, whether it's $5,000, whether it's $500, you got to pay child support. If you're not paying child support, then you're basically saying you don't care about the child that you brought into this world. And especially for a person that made over $45 million in NFL career earnings. Le'Veon Bell looks like, again, this is allegedly, but he allegedly looks like a complete and utter scumbag. And it should be front page news.
Yeah, look, there are all sorts of things that go into child support. Trust me, I've dealt with it a couple of times. It is not there are a lot of things that go into it, and one of the things that I've always said is these players that make millions upon millions of dollars, the amount of money that they have to pay in child support sometimes can be a little gross, right? Like child support, of a child, it doesn't take $1 million a month to raise a child. So I understand that part of the argument. But not paying the child support is why it should be front page news, because you should be embarrassed and you should be put on blast in front of everybody in the country for not paying child support for your child, for not doing something that a lot of us do, making a hell of a lot less money than what you do. So what do? We go out and get second jobs, third jobs, find a way to make extra money so that we can do the things that we need to do and still pay our bills, but also still take care of the children that we brought into this world. It's not the child's fault that you decided that you didn't want to pay your child support, but they're the ones that end up having to pay the price for that. So, it should absolutely be front page news just because he should be put on blast and he should be embarrassed for not paying his child support.
Did you see what he tweeted 6 hours ago?
No.
And I'm on his. It's absolutely 1,000,000% Le'Veon Bell's Twitter account. It's got 1.7 million followers at Le'Veon Bell. He tweeted his mugshot from jail, and just the caption was #free Le'Veon, and then responded to it and said in all caps, F with the full word, F child support with a crying emoji.
All right, I'll change my mind. I think that should be on on the front page. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Well, again, there's a lot of nuances that go into this child support argument, and we don't want to get into all of it and all of the others. There are a lot of nuances that get there. But, I mean, take it to the court system. If you have a problem with how much you're paying, take it to the court system. Try to get a lesson. You can afford very good lawyers, better lawyers than I've ever had. You can afford it. Take it there. And until then, you do what you got to do and you pay your child support. Going to jail for $50,000 in debt and child support is insane. Is insane. I make way less money than that, and I'm not $50,000 in debt to child support. So that's wild. Absolutely wild to me. All right. Moving on. Pat's going to love this one. Jordan Love's comp is Kirk Cousins. Hot or cold?
I mean, I don't even want to answer this because I need to know what I need to hear from you, Combs,
His
or
career
Kate.
ceiling. His
career ceiling is Kirk Cousins?
Yes.
No, absolutely not. You know what Jordan Love's comp is? Matt Stafford.
That's the dumbest thing you've ever said.
I feel
what
like
if
I
we
was
go somewhere in the
being,
middle? What if we go somewhere
I
in
feel
the
like
middle?
I was not
Kirk
even
Cousins
being that
and Matt
biased.
Stafford?
I feel like I wasn't even being that biased of my Jordan Love. Matt Stafford, yes, he had several years of Megatron where he threw for nearly 5,000 yards, but Matthew Stafford has never won a Super Bowl, and he only just won his first MVP at 37 years old. I think of the arm talent and all the throws that Matthew Stafford makes that we are in awe of. That's how I feel about Jordan Love. And he hasn't won an MVP yet, hasn't won a Super Bowl yet, but I feel like those are both coming. And I felt like that was a pretty fair comp.
Wow. I think you could take Kirk Cousins and you could take Matt Stafford and you could find a nice little middle for Jordan Love to sit in. And maybe a little bit more. I think Jordan Love's closer to Kirk Cousins than he is to Matt Stafford. If you take Cousins' best year of his career and Love's best year of his career, Kirk Cousins has the better completion percentage, more passing yards. He does have more interceptions, but he also has a better passer rating. Jordan Love, more touchdowns, obviously fewer interceptions, a better record in that season. So like they are kind of similar in terms of those stats. I think Kirk Cousins was, I don't know, maybe just a little bit more of the careful quarterback versus, I'm sorry, not the careful quarterback, the more consistent quarterback versus Jordan Love in his best season, 2023, more of the kind of, dare I say, explosive between the two, more dangerous, could do a little bit more. So I'll say that's warm. That's a warm take. I don't think he's quite Kirk Cousins, but I don't think he's like super far off on the, being significantly better than Kirk Cousins.
Wow.
I mean,
Combs, what do you have to say for yourself?
Kate's not wrong, and he probably should have taken that comp. Because if you look at the first 3 seasons of Kirk Cousins compared to the first 3 seasons of Jordan Love's thrown for 11,931 yards with a 64.5% completion percentage and a 93.5 passer rating. Kirk Cousins' first 3 seasons in the league, 12,354 yards, 66.9% completion percentage, and a 98.2 passer rating. Kirk Cousins' first 3 seasons in the league were better than what Jordan Love's first 3 seasons in the league were. So, no, it's cold. He's not Kirk Cousins. The ceiling isn't Kirk Cousins because he's not as good as Kirk Cousins. Period.
Oh God. Stop it.
I don't know what to tell you.
We've also seen what Kirk Cousins has become, which is, yes, basically a 13-year starter in the NFL, which is pretty damn good. But no, I think Jordan Love has MVPs and Super Bowls in his future. So I think you're dead wrong.
I'm not talking about futures. I'm not trying to predict anything with a crystal ball. I'm just going off of numbers that are there. I know you like to cherry pick and pick stats. So I just picked the first 3 seasons of each because that's how long that Jordan Love's been a starter. That's how. So I took the first 3 years that Kirk Cousins was a starter.
But you said his ceiling. You said his ceiling.
I would argue that Kirk Cousins' first 3 years with Washington, he has less to work with than what Jordan Love's had to work with in his first 3 years as a starter in Green Bay. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I know you love the kid. I don't know. I don't understand it. I know Green Bay I understand Packers fans loving Jordan Love because they can't get beyond the fact that they just had 30 plus years of Hall of Fame quarterback play back to back with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and they just can't fathom the fact that maybe they missed on a quarterback. Like, I'm not saying he's terrible. I'm saying he's serviceable, and I think he's got a lot of talent. I just don't think he's everything that everybody wants him to be in Green Bay or that everybody nationally makes him out to be in Green Bay.
Who's everybody? I feel like I'm alone on a hill of my infatuation and my belief in Jordan Love.
People all over the place put Jordan Love in the top 10, top 5 conversation rank. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. The love for Jordan Love is wild.
Well, I guess there's a lot of people that know ball.
A lot of people that are wrong, Pat. A lot of people that are wrong. All right. Bryson DeChambeau looks like a giant baby after this past weekend. Hot or cold, Kate?
Yeah, hot. Yeah. He looks like a gigantic baby after this weekend. You make a huge spectacle of what's going on when you are given a penalty for a rule that you broke. And then he asks them to call the president of the United States. That's what we're doing now. It's like going back and like crying to your, I don't know, getting yelled at on the playground and going back to your classroom and making a call back to your mom to come pick you up because you got in trouble. Like, no, you can't be calling the president. Whether or not Bryson purposefully, and I don't believe it was purposeful in terms of trying to improve his lie. I think Scotty Scheffler used the term careless. I think he was probably just more careless when that happened. But like either way, man up, take the penalty and move on with your round. Instead, you just pout, you cry, and you complain, and you throw a fit, and that's all that anyone talks about. And then you got to go call the president. Bryson, that's a terrible look for Bryson. So yes, that's hot. He looks like a huge baby after this weekend.
Yeah, hot. I agree completely. I've got no notes. Kate summed it up perfectly. We talked about this on yesterday's show, but yeah, I feel like not enough people have been talking about it. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe my social media algorithm, maybe my friends that I know are into golf, just maybe it was the Open and they didn't care too much. I don't know. There were people on vacation. I don't know. I just feel like it wasn't talked about enough as it should be. How much of a, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, how much of a meow Bryson DeChambeau looked over this past weekend. So, yeah, I'm also hot.
Yeah, look, when you're on the PGA Tour, you're supposed to have a little bit of decorum that goes along with you. And look, I know there are guys that play with flair, and I know that there are guys who get heated, and I understand it's intense, and I understand there's a lot of money at stake, and I understand that you guys are competitors, and that's what you're trying to do. But it's just the way he carried himself, the way he looked in that instant, trying to call the president. I mean, I just think that's going to be an ongoing thing now. Anytime somebody feels like they got wronged in a sporting event now, they're going to try to call the president. It's just going to be an ongoing
we got to
thing
put
that you're going to hear
the
about.
kibosh on that as a society very quickly. We can't as sports people, like sporting world, we can't be calling the president.
I completely agree. Couldn't say it better. All right. Shedeur Sanders will be the Browns starter by week 7 and will never start again after this season. Hot or cold, Kate?
Wait, so he's going to be the Browns starter by week 7, but then he's never going to start again after this season?
Correct.
Ooh, that's actually a good one. No, I think if he starts this season, if he finishes out the season as the starter for the Browns, I think he'll start next season. So I'm going to say that's cold. Are they going to go back and draft another quarterback after drafting 2 last year?
This quarterback class? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I'm still going to say cold. I think Shedeur will be a starter again after this season.
Yeah, I am cold on this, I think, for a couple of different reasons. And don't get me wrong, I was along with everybody else that was kind of saying that Shedeur, like watching football, watching Shedeur's first couple of starts and seeing how pretty bad he was, but also realizing the Browns still don't have a whole lot of talent on offense. And also Quinshon Judkins went down with a season-ending injury. Jerry Jeudy was not that good last year. And I know they've invested, they drafted a couple of rookies and rookie wide receivers. They're very hit or miss. And even if they do hit, sometimes it takes a couple of years for them to get going. I love KC Concepcion and I love Denzel Boston. And I love the fact that they also drafted Spencer Fano from Utah to protect the quarterback's blind side. I'm cold because I think he's going to be the Browns starter before week 7. I think Deshaun Watson is that terrible. I think he will be out of a starting job in the first 5 games. And I think at that point, they will go to Shedeur. So I think Shedeur Sanders will be the starter before week 7. So I guess by week 7 maybe that is hot. But I think it'll be before week 7. I also think he will start again after this season. I don't know. I could just see it. I could just see him playing well enough where it's like, wow. So everybody, Mel Kiper was right. All the analysts all the NFL scouts were stupid to let this guy slip all the way to the 5th round. And what he showed glimpses of at Colorado, which is a highly accurate quarterback, is going to be the reason why he has some NFL success. So I'm cold. I think Shedeur might actually be the Browns starter for at least the next season and a half.
I mean, I don't know what you're smoking. I don't know what you're thinking. But look, the NFL is not the Pac-12. It's got to be oregano. Got to be a lot of oregano around what you're doing. Look, I agree. He's going to be the starter before. Yes, thank you, Lee. He's going to be the starter before week 7. I agree with that, but I think that the Browns are in the situation that they're in because they want to be there. They're letting this thing play out. They're going to start Deshaun Watson, let everybody see how bad Deshaun Watson is. Then they're going to go to Shedeur Sanders. Everybody's going to see how bad Shedeur Sanders is, and they're going to have a top 2, top 3 pick in the NFL draft this upcoming season, and they're going to draft another quarterback. They're going to draft another quarterback, and they're going to try to get this one right. I doubt that they do, but they're going to try to get this one right. But the reason why they're having this quarterback competition, the reason why they didn't go out and get another veteran to go out there and actually try to win football games is because they wanted this. They want this going into this season. They are ready to tank to get the best available quarterback at either number 1 or number 2 in the NFL draft. I think they're going to be the worst team in the NFL. I think Shedeur Sanders is hot garbage, and he's going to prove it this year with the Cleveland Browns, especially with the defenses he's going to have to go up against in that Browns schedule, man.
Combs, I know that, again, we had this conversation with the Cardinals earlier in the show, and I was like, well, maybe the Cardinals are tanking. But like, the Browns, they have a new coach in Todd Monken. You think he's not doing everything possible to try to win football games? And also,
I do.
How many, they just drafted him and Dylan Gabriel last year. Who else did you want? And they're paying Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed money. That's an owner's decision as much as anything. Like, I don't think the Browns are trying to tank and lose games on purpose. How many more years are they going to do it for? They've been tanking, it feels like, for a decade. How much longer can they try to do it? I think.
I understand. I get what you're saying. But Todd Monken is going into this season knowing that he's got a 5-year contract, knowing that he's going to have 5 years to do this. I'm sure he's had this conversation with the Browns already. Look, I've got no quarterback right now. We've got a class where I can either have Arch Manning or Dante Moore or maybe Julian Sayin coming out of this next draft, and I can have one of these guys that I can mold myself. Let's do that, because that's what I need, because these guys are not it. They're not going to get it done, and just understand we're going to lose a lot of football games this year. And I think that that's where he's going with it, and I think that he's okay with that, and I think that the Browns front office is okay with that, because they know they've got to do something to change, and the only way to do that is going to be to lose football games again this season.
And we all thought that Arch Manning was going to be an incredible quarterback 12 months ago, and look what happened in his last season at Texas. So there is no such thing as this next quarterback draft class being loaded, being guaranteed to have a franchise quarterback. And look, I'm not saying Shedeur is going to be an all-pro or that the Browns are going to win 10 games. I don't think they're going to be very good, and I don't think he's going to be great. I just don't think he's going to be terrible. And I think he showed a lot of improvement after just the first couple of starts with nothing around him. We got to take a break. 310-840-4910. You're going to make me become a Shedeur defender. Oh, my God. 310-840-4910. We'll finish up on the other side. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Yankees need to do both. They need to. Here's what I would do if I were Cashman. Finally put the foot on the pedal and go all in. Assuming that Skubal is available. Now, that is a big assumption, but let's just hypothetically, for the sake of conversation and sports talk, like that's what we do. This is a sports talk show. We talk about sports. Let's have a conversation. Like me and Costos hanging out at the bar. All right, here's what I would do. We wouldn't have a conversation and have it halted immediately. Yeah, but the Tigers aren't going to trade him and that's it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Like we would have the conversation that he might be available. If he were available, the Yankees need to go aggressively to get him. Now, what the Tigers would want would be a bunch of prospects, and the Yankees could part with that. Now, is that going to be George Lombard Jr., whatever? I don't need to bore you with the prospect names that you may not know. Spencer Jones, Jason Dominguez, they come up. Their value is nowhere near what it used to be, but those guys have come up. Let's just say that it takes a boatload of prospects from the Yankees to be able to get Tarek Skubal. You would think then, okay, well, is that going to be it now? How are they going to get Mason Miller, which is the second piece of this puzzle that I want? How are they going to get Mason Miller after they just traded everybody to Tarek Skubal? Well, what's the other way that I said you could acquire players? Taking on money. Now, Mason Miller is dirt cheap. You're getting him for free. It's actually shocked that he's even available. A player of his caliber, by far the best closer in baseball, unhittable, untouchable. He's available with years of control. I think we went over it before. Tyler, what did I say? 3 years after beyond this year of control, where he's arbitration eligible. 3 years of control beyond this year. So you'd be getting him for 3.5 years. That is going to take a haul to be able to get him. Assuming, and it sounds like there were multiple reports, I think Bob Nightingale had it, that the Padres will be looking to move Mason Miller. The Padres also have a bad contract in Xander Bogaerts, who has 7 years left at $25 million a year. I'm pretty sure that is the right math. Left on his contract. He's been a terribly disappointing shortstop after signing the big money deal. They would do probably anything to get out from under that contract.
I wouldn't dismiss the Warriors because you just said the magic word, stay on the West Coast. And it's the one team that allows him to be closer to home. It's a 40-minute private plane ride. And I mean, he could go sleep home on game nights if he wanted to do that. Like that's a very attractive option to him. I think what's holding him up on the Warriors is one thing and one thing only, the ability to win. I think that's a problem with an older team like this. When you're looking at Steph Curry's gotten hurt a lot. Porzingis has always been limited availability with him. Al Horford is, 40 years old himself. Jimmy Butler's not going to play for at least half this season, and how's he going to recover from ACL surgery? And this could also be a situation where LeBron wants the Warriors to move the Butler contract to bring someone else in. You've heard Anthony Davis as a prominent name with that, and Washington's made it clear they don't want to trade Anthony Davis, which essentially means make us a real offer. We're not going to let him steal him from us. So I think I wouldn't rule Golden State out because there's that factor of being proximate to home. But I said this to you earlier. What we don't know is if LeBron is saying, hey, I need you to make this move for this guy to be able to make me want to come there and play for the league minimum. Some of that could be in place right now. But part of the problem is he's a victim of his own actions. Because if he does want teams to make moves, because he's been so close to the vest about this and no one really has an idea where he's going to go, everybody's kind of paralyzed here, Sal. No one's going to make a move till they know where he's going. So if he wants a team to make a move in advance of him going there to make it more attractive for him, what he's doing in the marketplace is handcuffing that a little bit too.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final 2 minutes here or so on the show tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Kate Constable's with me. Kate's going to be holding down the fort tomorrow and Thursday, alongside Gabe Ramirez tomorrow, Pete Futak on Thursday. It'll be Pete and PJ Glasser on Friday. I'll be taking a little 3-day vacation into the weekend down the Jersey Shore. So I'll be back Monday. I'll have a full week next week, and we will rip it then. So huge shout out to everybody working on the show. Kate, you're awesome. Huge shout out to VP Michael Montgomery. Monty, shout out to producer Brandon Combs. Shout out to our guy Lee in the Westwood One Studios. Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and Zach Kroll. All right, really quickly, we got a minute and a half, Kate. Did you see Aaron Rodgers, who has infamously been long estranged from his family, posted on Instagram another bonding week, #fam. He had a picture with his mom, picture with his dad, a picture with his older brother, picture with what looks like his brother's kids. He's got a niece and looks like a nephew. Wow. I mean, I never would have thought this would have happened. This has been pretty public, Aaron Rodgers' estrangement from his family. I mean, look at that. Final year in the NFL, and he's reuniting with everybody. He's really making this retirement tour as sappy as possible. I got to say, I'm a fan of it.
Hey, I'm all here for it. I mean, if families are reuniting, family is what matters most. A family is so important that I'm very happy for Aaron Rodgers that he's with his. I'm just kind of surprised he posted it for everyone. He's like, likes to be a private person, but he's like, okay, back families. I'm just surprised he posted about it, but I'm very happy for him and the whole Rodgers family.
Yeah, remember, this all came to light when his younger brother was a contestant on The Bachelorette, right? This is like 10 years ago,
Yeah.
when the seats were empty for Rodgers. This is when he was dating Olivia Munn, and then Rodgers finally commented on it, and he said, I was quiet about it because I thought the best way to do it was to not talk about it publicly. And what do? They go on a bull bleep show and leave 2 empty chairs. They all agreed this was a good thing to do. But hey, never too late to repair things with your family, and that is the very heartwarming message we'll leave you with here. I'll see you guys next Monday. Kate, I know you'll do a great show the next 2 days. So again, thanks to everybody working on the show. And we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.
Dude, what is up with LeBron? What's taking so long? What's the holdup here?
Hey, let me ask you a question, Sal. If you were LeBron and you had everybody waiting on you, and you weren't sure what you want to do, or maybe you want one or two of these teams to make a preemptive move or give them your word that they're going to make a move, and you could play teams off each other, are you really worried about the time frame? Are you really worried about the other free agents you're holding up, whether it's Bradley Beal, Jonathan Kuminga, or Russell Westbrook, or DeMar DeRozan? Are you really worried about the league schedule release? You're LeBron James, you're 41 years old, and you still have this kind of gravity. And you know what? I know people are annoyed by this because we're into July 21st and there's no decision. And then really, I'm not sure there's a decision imminent at this point. But I'm not one of those people that's bothered by it. I'm kind of sitting back as an observer with a smile on my face and saying, you know what? When you do what LeBron James has done in this league and you're still in this kind of demand at the age of 41, it ain't bragging if you can do it, Sal.
My issue is less like, I don't care. You're right. He can do whatever he wants, right? It's his time frame. My issue is like, I don't understand the holdup. What is he? It's not that I need to know the announcement for me or like I'm tired of waiting on him. I'm curious as to somebody of his stature that has thought about this, I'm sure, for months, even including in season. What's the holdup? Like Rich Paul comes out and says, here's the board. What does LeBron not really know where he wants to play right now? Then why is he dwindling it down to 3 teams? Like, where are we at with his process? Less than me needing to know or us being tired of the waiting game, Gelty. Why hasn't like does LeBron actually not know where he wants to go at this point?
Listen, I'm not sure he knows where he wants to go. He has a lot of different things that are pulling at him. Number one's his family. And keep in mind, his daughter, his youngest child, has known nothing but Los Angeles with him all this time. So I think that plays a little bit of a factor here. And that really puts the Warriors much more on the radar than maybe they would be otherwise from a basketball fit standpoint. Does he want the best basketball situation where he's going to have the largest role and ability to compete within that role? That would probably be Miami, where he'd be with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and could have the ball in his hands a lot. And that would be a great great situation for him. Maybe it's the lure of being back close to Akron and going to Cleveland. I don't see a great basketball fit for him there. I don't know that sharing the ball with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell is going to make him any happier than sharing the ball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. But they continue to be prominent in this search, and he certainly hasn't dismissed them. And then there's the whole Philly thing, which, to me is very, very intriguing from a basketball standpoint. And then there's another aspect of this, Sal, which is money. So James Harden opted out of his deal, hasn't signed a new deal, because maybe if he signs for a lesser amount or they figure out a wink deal going forward, they can pay LeBron a little more money. Then you have Draymond Green, who opted out of his deal, hasn't re-signed a new deal. That could have something to do with money. Does LeBron want to play for the league minimum? We don't have an answer to that question. And in a couple of these places, Philly and Miami, that's what it's going to require. So I do think there's a lot of moving parts here in terms of what he wants to do. And it's a big move for him. He was never in one place as long as he was in Los Angeles. And, having to be away from his family a bunch, he's got to reconcile himself with that. I don't pretend to know what's going on in his mind, but I would think that if he definitely had a choice made, he's going to announce it, because actually there's going to come a time sooner rather than later, Sal, that he's going to get sick of all this. I don't think he's there yet, but I think we get a week to 10 days where he hasn't announced a decision. He's going to come to a point where he's just going to say, you know what, screw it. This is what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, making a life decision like that, it's a pretty big thing. I just assume, you know why? I saw Rich Paul and that stupid whiteboard, and he said if the Knicks didn't win the championship, it would be no decision. He'd be going to New York. I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, which, by the way, is like anybody could say that. Yeah, well, hypothetically, if they didn't win, he was going here. I don't know how you could say that. But then, okay, what would be appealing about that? Big market, New York, the challenge of trying to get the team over the hump and win a championship. Is that what he's chasing? Is he chasing a big market? Is he trying to appease the family? Like, there are many different things here. I don't understand why his agent would come out and say it would have been New York. Is he waiting for Jalen Brunson to call him and maybe come play for the league minute? Like, I don't understand what is his thought process and how his agent can say publicly it would have been New York if they did not win the championship. That doesn't make any sense to me.